quick heads up that there were some epic last few matches that we had, and I'm really excited to see who will come up on top, if we will see some consistency, because I will warn you, for spoilers, that it was a giant finish from Digital Athletics. We saw that 30-point game right in Game 5 yesterday, where they took 20 elimination points and defeating now also Galatasaray for that top spot in the first day of the standings.
Yeah, it was very, I mean, you had to be there, but I'm sure there's going to be highlights everywhere you look now, on Instagram, on Twitter, everywhere, because it was some pretty cool stuff. You know, we had Galatasaray as well start to make a little bit of a comeback into the second of the night, and we also saw, you know, likes of teams like our late start kind of off. You know, a few teams that we may have expected a little more from coming through a little short, falling a little short there, but it was only the first day, you know. I think this is where we're seeing this again tonight, because we're going to be seeing probably a few teams just kind of sort themselves out a little bit. Is the first to have some to kind of sort themselves out, experiment a little bit.
Yeah, and exactly, and a bit of time to experiment for these teams. They've got Tuesday and Thursday here in our second group to try out their strategies for 10 games. We've already seen yesterday's play from Group Ace, and they will play tomorrow on the 11th, if you are wondering, and then the top teams will go through to the second phase on 14th and 15th, phase 3 later on, and 23rd and 24th for our finals later this month. But our squad rosters for Group B here, Neptura, take me through the big names.
Oh, we got a lot of big names. I've seen a lot of teams that I raise and have come pretty well over a couple of seasons. You've got, you know, Inception with Yildiz, Athena, and Zeros, all three pretty good players there. We got Leora and Maya, one tap. Both of those, all three of those, rather, I recognize very, very well. You got Yelem for Bache this season. And then, of course, the KR Lionesses. I think everybody's going to really recognize our girls, Cat Veins, Kawhi, Carmsy, Logica, and Cat Veins. I mean, oh, wait, Cat Veins is ice. That's not correct. But, you know, it's still a stacked lobby nonetheless.
Look, you're hyping me up about the KR Lionesses, and you were telling me sweet things about this squad before we started today. I'm expecting them to come out swinging now and hopefully contesting some of the top teams that we saw in terms of results from that series of games yesterday. But as we move on, we do have also here Eagle, PNRC, Destiny, Lakers Monarchy, and Magnum Karaya here. I'm a bit of a newbie when it comes to these names. I'm getting myself familiar with it. Is there any top names here, Neptura, that we're also looking at?
Let me have a look. Bambi from Magnum Karya. You're going to be seeing her quite a bit. I think she's a really good support, if I'm remembering correctly, from last season. She did a super good job with her team. Melzi as well, you're seeing here. I think Letty and Bianca. Actually, everybody from Eagle, I think I recognize. So, yeah, it's going to be really interesting to see these teams in action because, of course, last season, most of these teams were kind of sorted together differently. They've got a whole new sort of roster coming in here. Same names, different lineups. So I'm going to be very interested to kind of compare the two seasons and kind of what's going on there. And, of course, compare from yesterday as well.
Yeah, I also noticed a couple names here. One of them from the $1 Million Babies here, Kitty, who came previously from 812. They had a bit of an unfortunate showing, that squad and that roster. There are a couple of these other players that we'll see on the next side of our final teams competing as well, and how they kind of split up some of these teams. And we noticed it on the first day, right, with groups of players, of ladies who had come from different squads in season before, and now they are playing here together in a culmination of 2-3 different teams. How are we finding that now after one day? Do you have high hopes for some of these newly formed rosters from the previous teams?
I absolutely do, because I think we saw a lot of really good, promising things from some relatively new lineups yesterday. I mean, we have MIR, which is a fairly new lineup, I believe. You had some teams that had glimmers, but not necessarily found their footing in the first day. I'm talking kind of KMG, Slytherin, Pain to some extent, even though they did have a great win. So it's really nice to see that already. There's potential in all of them. It's just kind of sorting themselves out and getting that synergy. But absolutely, I think by the time the finals roll around, I think we're going to have some really, really strong teams.
Yeah, and I think that that's what we are expecting as well in this tournament, is the growth through the tournament. And yeah, there may be a couple of hiccups. We see at the start of yesterday, and we're kind of maybe expecting it today, that we see a bit of warm-up in the first game, the second game, but hopefully that by the end of today, and especially as we come through the later phases, we start to see these teams be able to show us their maximum potential. And as you can see, the map schedule will be the same like it was yesterday. We'll be starting off on Erangel and then moving on to Miramar, should I say, with Sanhok in the middle, and we're going to go back to Miramar and Erangel later this evening. I'm really excited to see how these teams perform, especially from the first to the second game of Erangel and Miramar. We saw a lot of changes in that earlier yesterday.
Yes, we really did. I'm going to be very interested to see this. I think we've got a fairly different day lined up for us here, Wolf, because yesterday we had at least two teams, if I'm not mistaken, Galatasaray and Denizbank Bank Wildcats. Both of those teams have the same roster throughout the seasons. They are very experienced, good synergy teams. What I'm seeing today, though, is as far as I'm aware now, chat, you gotta correct me here if I'm wrong, but I think these are all new rosters, certainly from Season 2. I don't recognize anyone as being the exact same roster as in Season 2. So I'm going to be very interested to see what that kind of means when you're looking at these different rosters and the same players in different rosters, and how that will actually affect the games in general.
I mean, do you think that we are then alluding to maybe new strategies that we didn't see yesterday? Because as you saw yesterday's teams, there were a lot of players who had played on those previous seasons' matches, and now do we maybe see how it will look like in a different form of new strategies?
Yeah, I'm super excited to see if there are any kind of new strategies. I think with the girls' team, there's always something new coming in, something fresh that you don't generally see in other tournaments. So if that's what we've got coming tonight, then absolutely, I'm so ready.
Look, and we're just warming up to our first game, Erangel, and I think the Erangel match, as we say, is going to be a warm-up. I'm hoping that we're going to see some confidence through from our ladies in the first game today, because there were a little bit of subdued action in that first match yesterday. I think, to be fair, it was partly because of the zone. The zone was pretty diabolical from the first and the second game. It continued that way a little bit later on, and I think Group A definitely did have a few hard zones in yesterday's matches that we're going to be analysing. Are we going to maybe hopefully see a little bit of a calmer standings of teams, or are we going to get some of action starting off?
You know, I'd love to see a lot of action, but it's really going to depend on the zones. I mean, like you said, we had some dreadful zones. Pretty single game, I think the Sandhawk was pretty much a dreadful zone every single time right off the get-go. So I think for this, it's going to be a little bit easier for them this time around. But I'd like to see an easier zone mean they're more getting that aggression in really early and starting the show for us.
Look, and I'm also curious about the rotations, because the rotations were something that really caught my eye about these ladies yesterday, where there were some great rotations, but there were definitely some question marks, pun intended, from yesterday's team about the rotations that we saw going into those zones, especially around the Phase 4 to Phase 5 mark. And I'm curious how these ladies will navigate that mid-game point. Is there strategies coming into the mid-game on a map like Erangel that you already can have in your mind about rotations?
Yeah, I think you can, definitely. It's something think these girls have been preparing a long time for, because generally what happens is the European Women's League even is basically the most senior event that the Women's League have every year, so a couple times a year. It's like PMPL for us, honestly. So I think they've been preparing a lot for this, and they'll know exactly not only what their rotations are, but what everybody else's rotations are going to be specifically for this event. So I think they've got it pretty locked down.
Look, and I'm hoping to see that confidence shine through and that preparation work shine through. I think also we talked about some of the teams coming in. You mentioned a couple favourites here. Are we expecting any dark horse teams looking at the rosters so far in today that maybe come out of that gate swinging, showing what they're made of?
Gosh, yeah, I think we're looking at maybe a few with the more experienced players as the majority of the rosters. I think you already know who I'm going to say. Out of this one, it's probably going to be our Lionesses. They've been here at least 2 seasons for the of them, and because they're big names in the scene, I think they have played together a lot. They're known together. They're known. So I think we're going to be seeing hopefully some really good stuff out of them in particular.
Look, I'm hoping for it, and I'm hoping for, as we said, that good stuff to come through, because they got a lot of a ceiling to have to climb, or should I say a high ceiling to reach. And you talked about it before with me about Dignitas, also, should I say not Dignitas, thinking another game, Digital Athletics, with 30 points and 20 eliminations. And I think you sort of saw as well, alongside their high damage game in that final Wrangle match, 2,875 damage. Yeah. A lot of the other teams in the first 5 matches yesterday generally have high damage numbers. And now you talk to me about this. Going into this first game, are we going to continue to see that, the high damage numbers from these teams? Because it feels to me that the women in this competition are all very much into the fighting and into the micro skills and the play.
Yes, they absolutely 100% are. I have rarely seen such aggression come from any team as I've seen from these girls. So it really is a scene for those who really like the aggressive side and the aggressive push sort of plays. I think this is an interesting game coming into the Erangel as we're getting onto that flight path. I think it's going to be a very interesting game. I think, as we've said, it's going to start off kind of slow. I think a lot of teams are going to kind of get their footing and get the vibe of this particular tournament. And then hopefully by game 2, game 3, certainly by Sandhawk, we should be seeing it pick up a little bit, get some of those early eliminations in, and we'll be good to go, I think. But it looks like maybe, I know everybody's kind of grouped up together here, but are we looking at some hot trumps?
It could be the case. It's not as an even split here with the playing path, so it might be similar to what we saw in our final game yesterday, where some of the teams are going to fight. You see some of those teams looking towards the edge of the mountainsides on the west and around Georgia Pole. Potentially could see some rotations and some early clashes here. Also, already it looks like the KR Lionesses, as you talked about, we talked about them in the pregame, already opening fire onto the opponents from afar.
Lovely, love to see it. Honestly, it's some nice early defensive maneuvers there. They're trying to get those points in super early. But I think that's what we can expect from a team that are very much an experienced team individually. They kind of know already what they're supposed to be doing right off the bat. So it'll be interesting to see what they're going to be coming through here. Nice landing spot, by the way. Hospital is a really good spot. I like this from them. It's not too hot, but it's still got plenty of loot. It's a nice in-between area. But the first blood has been spilled, and it's not over here, Wolf.
Yeah, it will unfortunately be here. KR Lioness is missing out on that first blood opportunity. It will be Ina taking out WM here, as unfortunately it looks like one of them will be knocked and taken out. We also have to know that H2K, Hard to Kill, they are down a member coming into this game. So I'll be curious to see how this affects them coming into this first match. Not the most ideal situation, but it is something to be wary of.
Yeah, absolutely. Fenerbahce are in the same boat as well. They're up there. You can see they have just a trio to go. So, yeah, not the best idea coming into the first game, but you know what? It's perfectly doable still. It's not a duo. That's fine. Yeah, it is a shame, though. I'm not sure how to pronounce this. Patoke? Patoke. Your name is now Patoke. I'm sorry if that's incorrect. But yeah, Patoke being down. Just leaving Rin, Piper, and Meph here. I think it'd be okay, but you do kind of see potentially a little bit of pushing coming in from the opposite team there. They're kind of trying to take advantage of that knock, which is always really nice to see. Now coming back over to KR here, you actually kind of see that PNC are actually quite close to them in South Georgia Pole. So they do have some neighbors. They aren't alone quite, but at the moment, no one's going to be doing anything.
Yeah, PNCR, I don't expect them to be in too much trouble here around Georgia Pole. It did look like some teams had separated around the more southern-western point of Erangel here, so you're looking at those smaller buildings, those compounds to the west side of the Gatka fields. I really think that actually a crucial part of this Erangel map will be taking control of the mountain on those northern bridges coming into Georgia Pole. I expect some teams to be rotating around this way and looking at, of course, that control around the bridge where you have the mountain and opposite end the Wizard Tower. I think that smaller bridge there, more towards the east, would be a crucial point that these teams could, of course, always look to control and catch out one of the most ideal rotational bridges and crossings into the mainland of Erangel for those northern teams coming in.
Yeah, absolutely. Very favorite places. And, Majesty always kind of clowned me for this because I do say it's one of my very favorite places in Erangel. I say that a lot about a lot of places. So take it with a grain of salt.
We can have multiple places.
You just described. Exactly, right. Well, that's one of my multiple places. The area you've just described is such a great spot for just fighting in general. End zones over there are always so interesting. So I'm looking forward if the zone does go that way. It doesn't look like it is going to, though, because we are seeing KR Lionesses V nature 1,200 meters from zone, and we all know that place is not 1,200 meters from this hospital area. So I think we are going to be going more to the east side, potentially more south, but I don't think so. So we'll have to see how that ends up working out. But, I think we got some good rotations coming in here fairly early. It looks like the Lionesses for sure are ready to go. Just have to see how that zone's actually shaping up. We could see, Wolf, a difference in these rotations as well, though, because we could definitely be seeing a difference from day one. We saw on day one there was a lot of rotations fairly early on. People were really quick to get into those zones quickly. With here, you're seeing a few, but I'm not really quite seeing the immediate jump to go into action just yet. So could see a little bit of a difference there.
Yeah, I'm hoping that we'll see today maybe not the full let's all dive into the center of the zone type of play. I think it's great for the viewership. And don't mind me, I am one for the action. I am one for getting down with the team fights. But I also think that there's a time and a place where you have to take your time into the zone, play around the edge of the map, slowly work your way forwards towards that central point or to a point of power based on where the zone is in that specific game, and not just rush in, because that was one of the mistakes that we saw yesterday, where several teams often using these vehicles to move in too quickly, attract a lot of attention from those other teams already in the circle, and then get caught out because everyone knows where they are, but they don't have a position to call their own or to settle and be, because they've not had the time to gather that said information.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, absolutely. I'm not really a huge fan of late rotations for that reason, because you end up having to make decisions in a pressured situation, either by zone or by other teams, without any real information. But I think Yakut here is getting loads of info as they cross paths with, I don't know even who that is, Regnum? That might be Regnum there. Just crossing paths over by Shelter, but it doesn't look like they're going to be making much use of that information. They're going to be just moving on out. Yeah, it is Regnum Car Zarya just crossing across by Shelter. And then you got Galacticos as well, so we are going over to that eastern side. Regnum and Yakut, both of these teams going to be making their move on Tunshin direction here. I would love to see maybe a fight already, but I doubt that's really going to happen. I mean, if they're smart, they're not going to make this a fight right now.
Yeah, I did get a little bit of a sneak peek of that zone. It does look like it has gone far up towards that northeastern point. And Neptura, you're now looking maybe towards those rotations like Yasna, Pollyanna, and the bridge crossing. Those fields, particularly, could be a great opportunity for teams where you said playing on the edge who still want to pick up those points. And early parts of the game, maybe looking towards those fields around the craters on towards the south of Yasna, Pollyanna, and taking advantage of the high hills, or the high hill, should I say, just before that. And not to mention Yasna Pollyanna, I think would be a great opportunity for teams who maybe want to have that comfortability of just staying safe in the first game, could be an option for them. Although I would always argue staying away from the city and allowing to yourselves to gather the information of teams putting themselves in that situation would be better, because of course it is in your phase one, and we do have to be aware that the zone could shift away from those cities and those points, making it harder, of course, to rotate out of those locations.
Yeah, I think it depends on the size of the city, to be honest. I think a city like Yasnaya, as long as there's maybe only 2 teams at that point in town, I think you're generally okay. It's those smaller cities and the smaller groups of compounds that generally put you in the worst spot if the zone does move away. But I don't really like compounds. I prefer the wide open spaces, but neither of these are going to be working for who's just gone down there. I don't think the board to the right hand side is actually working. So White are going after somebody. They've already taken out one of Yakut, and now it looks like they are going after. I can't see who that is. We're going after them though.
Yeah, it's White. They're going to be moving in towards their first fight. It looks like they might have caught a solo player out here, Neptura, as unfortunately won, and they look to be in some trouble.
Oh, hello.
Would be right. Mia going down, but it will be the rest of the D squad behind them. They will not fall down just yet, and they will keep Mia crucially alive in that fight. They didn't get executed away, so they will be back as a 4-man squad, and already with 3 eliminations. So White starting off the first game strong here.
Yeah, very nice indeed. Yeah, that was Yildiz from Inception there. That's a shame. Yildiz is another big player from the previous season, so shame to see her go down so early. But Inception are actually a duo, right? Not the best start for them. Wyatt, on the other hand, they've gotten 3 rotational eliminations. That's always a great start to any sort of game. Rotational eliminations are the best, honestly, because it's minimal damage to you. You're not making big pushes. You're just kind of spraying and praying. It's a good time had by all, except the people you're eliminating. But the zone is going to be going down to Lipovka down there, going to be centering up on Yasnaya as well. So I think a lot of teams kind of knew where this was going to be going. We do see a lot of teams, I mean, I always do this, Galacticos making a big monopoly over onto those fields over to the south of Yasnaya, but it looks like they're going to be moving up now. Interesting to see that they kind of already had this down.
Yeah, I also really like their position there of Lakers Mono around the areas we said, just keeping an eye on those hills towards the south. I definitely think that would be a crucial location for these teams to take advantage of. Especially those teams coming from the western side on those earlier rotations, you expect them to be making more of that southerly rotation rather than going towards maybe the north end of the map, knowing that there could be teams on their rotations. They would get an easier time rotating down the south end due to the way that the plane path goes to the zone. I actually think, though, that you see some of these teams right on the eastern edge playing a bit maybe too safe, and I'm worried about these teams that are looking down towards Lipovka. They could catch out the likes of those rotations, as PNC are also going to lose a player on the knock too hard to kill there on the kill feed, but we do move over to it. To explain my point, however, they might be a bit struggling coming to the end of the game to come out of Lipovka, come back into the game if it does shift away from there, because you do have a lot of downward hills and those roadsides where teams can catch you moving into the rotations into the center of the zone where it is currently.
Yeah, I think it's always, I'm a big proponent of trying to set up as much as possible for endgame. So not only just choosing what to go into zone 2, but choosing a position that you can get to in zone 2 that you can hold for zones 4, 5, and 6. So places like Lipovka, unless the zone is going to center up in the middle of town, which it rarely does, Lipovka is not a good spot to really be because of those hills, because of those downhill slopes towards the town. You end up having a really hard exit plan for those types of places, because that whole hill just will have loads of teams on it, and probably 3 or 4 if the zone does end up going up those hills. I've seen it before. You have a lot of teams up there, but who is it? It's Ilem, isn't it? With that big old sniper rifle. It is. I knew it. I thought that was her. She has the great big. Oh no, she doesn't. Wait, who was that then? That had the AM whatever. The new sniper.
It could.
Who had that?
Yeah, it could be also from Galacticos, Siren potentially from the other side.
Oh, maybe
as well, fighting. So it really is PNCR. On their last legs, you can see they're fighting for this elimination point per PNCR. You're down to only now 2 more smokes. You really aren't getting out of this position, but it's about how long PNCR will be able to survive. I do worry we might be seeing a bit of an early exit through from this squad. Got to see what they will be able to do on the next match, because now as more teams surround themselves, there is no way out. Fenerbahce also do have to be wary on their exit, because now once PNCR does go down, you might end up with a Galactico Sirens moving towards you on that rotation, as they also may look to rotate upwards into that more central point, as you said, of the zone.
Yeah, we could see that clash end up happening. They do seem to be looking for it, at least on Galacticos' side. But at the moment, Fenerbahce just really pointed in on this shack, which is interesting, because it's interesting that they're trying so hard for this, because I don't think that PNCR have any real power over them at this point. It's uphill, they don't have an angle, etc. I mean, I know they want the point, but I suppose they just don't want to backstab as well. But it's interesting that they're getting almost, not quite, but almost tunnel visioned into that shack in particular. It's an interesting play coming in from them. Going back over to White, though, Kira has 3 eliminations. White are doing a pretty darn good job this time around. They're entering this tournament very strongly, so nicely done on their part. And at the moment, nice 2-2 split coming in here. Good, strong compounds on this side of zone. They got 15 seconds till the next one comes on in, though, so we'll see if that works out for them.
Yeah, I really actually think that White have a great opportunity here to keep advantage and keep control of this area of the zone. You can see Fenerbahce off to the edge of them, and other teams up further, even towards the more north and eastern end of the zone shift. But I'm curious to how now this stage 2 shift has gone. It has now gone back towards Fenerbahce and towards their Galacticos, and now it's going to be realistically here. We see Fenerbahce making that wider rotation to get to this next compound in. I like this move. Rather than being caught on these teams, moving in from the east now with that hard shift back to the western edge, and also getting themselves some safety, some security with the building from those teams as well, and not fall prey to Galacticos later on.
Yeah, I love this. This is the kind of timing that I want to see from teams. As soon as the zone goes, you go. I don't want to really see much hesitation whatsoever here. So it's really nice from Fenerbahce to be coming straight into Yasnaya. Now, this is bold. And I will say, we were talking about Lipovka and how hard it is to get out of there. You do see Yakut having that same sort of struggle. Yakut and Kasich, rather. Kasich being on the Lipovka side. And Yakut trying to gatekeep him, but it looks like it might not be working, actually, unless I had it the other way around. Anyway, one of the two is not doing so well, and I think that's Yakut with 2 down. So just what we were talking about, Lipovka, kind of going back to that.
Yeah, and this is doing that mistake that we talked also about earlier, which was now being able to drive later on in the zone. You don't have that flexibility. You don't have that information awareness of where those teams are. And Galacticos, they're going to take away that one elimination, bringing Yakut down to just Italy, the solo player. They do have a building to call their own, but you do have to be wary that there are still teams to come in. Hard to kill. Still another one of those squads to come in from the northern end. So there are later rotating teams that can pressure those teams that are indecisive.
Oh, now this is interesting. We're seeing White get threatened a little bit here by EB. I think that's going to be, who's that going to be? I'm just checking, right? Some live questioning going on of the roster. I'm not sure who that quite is there, but EGL, sorry, yeah, it's going to be EGL over there. So some interesting altercations coming in there. Fenerbahce not getting quite to Yasnaya. I think that was kind of just a little bit of a scout going on there, but a nice compound nonetheless. Yes, it's a good spot for them. I'm just not sure how PNCR are still around. I think the zone really saved them there because teams started getting more preoccupied with actually rotating than taking her out. So she's still alive for this one.
Yeah, and all PNCR have to do is just stay quiet, because if you make a move on these rotation teams, they might decide that shack is where they're going to start to have to stop and where they're going to have to take that pit stop to take PNCR out before it can move on, even if they feel pressured by bigger teams around them. PNCR can, of course, in that way take another team, but they have to be selfish. They have to focus on their own in this first game, because there is an opportunity, if that zone stays with PNCR, that they can allow the rest of the teams to fight and work up a potential for some 1, 2 or more placement points.
Yeah, so the Lioness is coming under fire now, though. So they've made it all the way from Hospital. They've come right around over the northern side, but it looks like Cat Veins in a little bit of a pickle here. She has lost her buggy. I'm pretty sure she's lost her buggy here. Nice little spray. Oh, that was a bit of an overpeak from Celinda there. Not used to seeing that from her. And now the rest of the squad coming in with that big old push. That is just a really bold, really nice play coming in from them.
And I like how the Lionesses are approaching this fight. You're seeing their Logica be able to take the nades through onto the rooftop. Logica almost gets hit by the nade through the edge of the window. There will be the second shot, though, down. And that will be Logica away, though. You see on the elimination feed, V-Nature takes down 2 in return. So it is a trade for now. Lionesses evening it up. Kai almost steps into the nade on the staircase, peeks through the smoke with the bullets, will go down to half HP, more utility being used, and now Kawhi stops using the edge of the eyes side on their screen to keep an eye on the staircase. Revive back now, Cat Veins, Galtas, Galacticos moving round for the flank. Logica has to defend this. Nade in, will be a little wide. Second one goes through. Well, again, full wide as Logic. Galactico Sirens moving back furthermore. And we start to have a bit of a stalemate here, Neptura. Lionesses, they need to push up a bit more, get through that smoke cloud, but you can see it's so difficult. The moment they walk up, they get shot down and they have to go back for the revive.
Oh, I think this is a bail. I think there's going to be a bail here, yeah. Oh, no, it's all gone wrong. Oh, it's all gone very wrong. Going for the one, she gets that, but she does go out. So, unfortunately, we get 2 eliminated right off the bat there. Yeah, WM as well getting taken out there. But I feel that's really sad for the Lionesses, I've got to say, because I think what killed them was that hesitation. I know how difficult it is to actually push up there, but honestly, I think they allowed the other team to get that revive going, and that's what ended up killing them, because that was a beautiful push in the beginning there. They had that distraction. Cat Veins, I thought, oh, she's just stuck behind a rock. Galacticos have this one. They're in the advantage, and then all 3 of them just suddenly appear at that wall. So that was a really, really good play from them. It should have worked. I think they just waited a little too long. So that's a shame, but Galacticos, the damage was done by the Lionesses anyway, and on that rotation, it is just Galacticos going out there. my goodness me, we're already down to 13 teams. It's all going off now.
Fenerbahce really in a bit of a pickle, as they only have the Rock to call their name, but they do have the zone. They have a bit of control here with the road to help act as a sort of defense to block out these teams roaming in on that eastern flank. White also looking to step further forward from the north, have met now the rest of Inception. The last remaining player, I do believe here, will be taken down. Won't be a problem here for White, as they'll move themselves up to 7 elimination points and back to a quick revive, because they need to get in that zone. 1 minute will be moving forwards, and if you get caught by the stage 6 zone, should I say, you really do not have any option other than to run.
No, you really don't. Big GG's to PNCR here for finishing in 11th place when they should have been out in 16th. So she managed to survive and get her team 5 more placement positions, not necessarily points, but positions, so good on her. Yeah, I think White are in a really good position to do very well here as long as they can get inside that zone, which hopefully won't be too much of an issue for them. Regnum Karya have been a really quiet team so far, only 1 elimination, and they do have H2K to get through, as well as Onyx, so we'll have to see how they end up doing that. At the moment, it looks like they are going to be taking the H2K and move out, and I think that's going to be a spray down. If she doesn't get them, somebody else will. Yeah, Onyx is going to be, no, it is Bambi actually to grab that, so GG's. That's going to be 3 eliminations just like that from the one. Kasich, though, they're over here on this ridge side. They have to get in. I think they've got it the worst out of everybody here. They've got a big old ridge. They're downhill a long way from zone and several teams in the middle of them.
Yeah, before you is an absolutely horrible position. You can see the danger of being the team maybe too early into the middle of the action. It is going to be a widely open zone here to finish this off, so that vehicles really do play an important part in the fight. The smoke's now running out for a lot of these squads. You've got to use those vehicles as the wall, the shield, to keep you alive. Kazakhs do find 1 knockdown. It will, though, be picked up there by EG, as they will take down Ice Pack. White also falling alongside Onyx, so it's Kazakh looking like they will be taking 2 of the rest of the Onyx squad, so pushing down towards that southern end. Meanwhile, Lakers also in some difficulty.
Eagle might just have an opportunity here if they can kind of get rid of B4 here. Make sure that the other team behind them, Kasich, I think that is, B4 is gone. If they can make sure Kasich actually move in on the other side of zone, they may actually have an opportunity here. Beautiful onto Lakers. If they can just get those 2 to start fighting and then sneak in on their own, or maybe do a third party, that would be really nice. But it looks like they've kind of jumped the gun on this one. They've already got that knock onto Lakers. They don't have that element of surprise, but they still could get a kill in it.
Ooh,
this girl,
you see it, unfortunately. Eagles are just too good. They will be taking another knock, but the knocks mean nothing at the end of the day if you can't get out of that dip. I mean, they need to now find a bit of a push here. They need to find something to be able to walk up into this zone. As they are outside of it, they're going to feel the pressure now in stage 6 and will engulf so many of these squads, and you will now see them make those quicker rotations in, look to try and dash with the vehicles, use them as a blockade. Will be met also by the rest of Kazakh Limerence. Eagles have got to step out of vehicles, they've got to fight, but they've already lost 1, and you can see the pressure is now also behind you. You've got a broken Lakers looking to try attack, but they will all fall to the edge of the blue. Eagle, they do make it in. 1 more phase for now.
Oh my goodness, that is a very, what a great push in. No, Melzi going down. I think that may possibly be the death knell here, because both these teams either side of them will know that they are down. Might mean a push for them, but very nice little knock there. Going to hold off that team on the left side. Kasich, the only one who might do something, but I think they're a little bit too busy to really care other than getting those pot shots going. Kasich, on the other hand, will be using those nades instead, so that was a beautiful nade coming in. Eagles in a really tough spot here. If they can just survive, they'll have a really, really good game here, but it's being very, very difficult.
Yeah, $1 Million Babies realistically have the opportunity here to walk up to control this zone if they can try to fend off Eagle. Eagle won't be able to do the damage though on to Kasich Limerence. They will walk forward. They do find, as I say, Letty still up. The only player here for finds another elimination point, brings him up to 4, but so low after the nade, I don't think they can do it, and it will be their $1 Million Babies to take down one for themselves. Kasich Limerence up to 6 eliminations, but you can see they've got the zone still to push in. 20 seconds, and here come the $1 Million Babies looking for their $1 Million chicken dinner win in the first game, but Fenerbahce are only going to sandwich them together. There they go, and down to the final 2. It's 10 eliminations, double-digit game for the Babies here in Erangel. But Fenerbahce are looking to show us why they are such a staple name here in PUBG Mobile. Looking to show us that they can hold their own from the gate.
This is really, really nice from them. I think the $1 Million Babies, they've had a great entry point here. They have that actual high ground. They've moved up along the ridge into zone, so they've had a really good spot to be able to do this. Great knocks to back up that high ground as well. There's another one on Team LM there. Fenerbahce's had a great play at the moment, so either way, the second place or first is just, it's going to be fine, it's going to be good to go, but I think $1 Million Babies are really, really looking for it. Beautiful aggression coming in, just pinning them down. Here comes the car we know and love so well, right over, getting that rundown, and it is going to be the $1 Million Babies getting the first winner chicken dinner of this evening. A great turnout for them.
Like, that's how you do. When you got the money, you had the car to expend, and you just run over for the victory with the vehicles. They grabbed their first chicken dinner here of the tournament and out of the first game here in Group B. They looked a bit subdued. They looked a bit quiet throughout that first half of the game, but boy, did they come alive, Niptura, at the end of those final stages.
Yeah, beautifully done. I mean, I think that's pretty much textbook ending for them there. You know, that kind of aggression. They put Fenerbahce into a corner. They backed them up. They got those knocks. They made them kind of scurrying around trying to get on that defensive side, gave them no opportunity to be aggressive whatsoever, and then provided that cover some more while they got that car in there to do the run over and just cause all kinds of chaos. That was a very, very, very well done game there from them. Very nicely done. And 23 points to show for it. Not bad.
Yeah, a strong start here coming through from the $1 Million Babies, and I think it was a team that we sort of had a bit of a question mark. They were new players. They had Kitty, yes, on their roster, but Kitty was a part of a squad that finished 19th. I'm really happy, actually, with seeing how they played, and as you said, not only the victory, but the way that they moved into those final stages, right, and the way that they were able to keep control of that zone, because it was a tough zone, and you saw even the likes of Kasich with those strong players that we know from previous seasons, and also Fenerbahce, a team organization that we know is a part of a staple of PUBG Mobile by now, still come to the end, and they still were able to take these squads down.
Yeah, beautifully done on both sides. I think Fenerbahce had a great game as well. I mean, 8 eliminations in a second place, not bad either. Yeah, I think it really comes down to just kind of what they had going, that high ground that they were able to keep a hold of. I think a lot of teams would have loved that, but that zone was so difficult, that final circle, super duper difficult for them. And for any team, because it was so open, because you had teams on both sides very close to you, you had to have super awareness, super reactions, and they did super duper well with that. So very well done there. But I think all 5 of those teams did a really good job of getting in there and kind of struggling to, get that spot as best they could. Even if they didn't succeed, they did a very good job at it.
Yeah, I really think that it came down to the organization, team play. I actually really liked as well the Eagles rotation in. They were able to fend off a few of those teams that you thought would maybe have a better position moving in right to the end game. They did take it to actually Catholic Limerence, who were then damaged enough to fall down to third. I think definitely Eagles did play a part there in the $1 Million Babies getting that win. But it was them, Idiot, who were able to take down Fenerbahce and take the final chicken dinner for themselves. As we move on to the match standings here at Neptura, I am curious to see how the points look after that first game, and it will be, yes, a slight lead, but no surprise to see, actually, I think a lot of these teams taking those fights and keeping the scoreboard even, similar to what we saw yesterday.
Yeah, absolutely. I think we're definitely seeing a little more of the teams actually getting more eliminations per team. So the top four have loads, Eagles as well, and then it kind of dwindles quite quick. The first game, a lot of teams with 0, but those kills are more spread out amongst the teams. So interesting to see that little difference there. But honestly, White coming in with the 3 eliminations right off the get-go pretty much. They had 1, then 2, 3, and then they climbed up their way to 10 total eliminations there. And then came from all these teams, honestly, I think everybody except for a couple of the, kind of onto the left side, the right side rather, all these teams had some excellent results.
Yeah, and I think as we take a look now at the player focus, no surprise, I think, to see the $1 Million Babies up there, but actually Raz for 7 eliminations so far already, just in this one match alone. You look back towards yesterday, right, Neptune, we cast our minds back. Kills or eliminations, I say, by the end of 5 matches, it was sitting around 12, 13 or so. That's already half of the eliminations out of 5 matches on the previous group in just one game done. That's fair.
Yeah. That's an insane result. And I do remember Razdva from the previous seasons, and she kind of did the same sort of thing. So this is just another day at the office for her, and I'm super excited to see, does she continue this through the next 4 games? I mean, it's entirely possible that, this could be the heavy hitter game, and then they're going to just play it chill for the next few games. But I'd like to see her continue at least to make those numbers climb just a little bit more. It'd be fun to see.
Yeah, as we check out the eliminations and the damage as well, a very even split. It was what we were kind of expecting on the terms of the damage chart, much higher damage than you might be used to in other tournaments, but still, it was those top teams topping the damage charts. Kazakh Limerence overall with the 16-12. It's going to be a waste. I'm hesitant to see that we'll get a game with the highs of 2,800 damage like we had yesterday, but it's still very normal for the ladies here to go around the 1,500 mark.
It very much is. So, nice, consistent day game for them. I do see some stealing from $1 Million.
Welcome back, everyone, here to the PMEWL mid-season showdown. Myself, Highland Wolf, and Neptura to the left of me. We just came off our $1 Million Babies hot Erangel win for the first game of Group B. Now we're going to the even hotter map of Miramar. Neptura, what can we expect coming from what we've seen yesterday?
Yep. Hello. I've been muted this entire time. Apparently it's just game 2, because this happened yesterday. Game 2 didn't help it. Wolf, we've got Rook, we've got Galatasaray, we've got everybody kind of centering up here towards that left right-hand side, rather than eastern side. Now going a little bit more split into the center of zone, but an interesting turn of events sort of thing, kind of gives an interesting glimpse into the mind of these teams and kind of where they're thinking the zone will be going.
Yeah, I'm also curious to see some of these outlying teams. I'm curious at how they're going to be able to They are a bit further away from the zone. I'm more concerned about those teams on the west, or the eastern side, should I say, because they have a number of squads coming into the zone also on that edge, and they are going to be slowed down naturally by those teams moving in. Also, the terrain isn't so great. You can towards the northern end and have those sort of cover with the buildings and the city of Rosrock, of course, to provide a bit more protection as you also move into the zone, assuming no teams also set up in these locations. However, the hills towards the south are going to be a bit of a slow rotation for these teams, and if it continues, as we say, to go easterly to the zone away from those squads, they're going to have a harder time inevitably getting in.
Yeah, they are going to, but I'm wondering who's going to win this one. You know, who's going to have the hard time getting in here? We got the BFs, the battle of the BFs, right? We got Brute Force, and we also have Bonfire over here. They're both looking at Potato Hill, and I think, actually, Bonfire are going to be the ones to go call it quits just a little bit here. Perhaps, no, they do have a knock, so that is going to be Brute Force moving in here now. They're really good at this. Artica this time on the forefront. We saw her on that back angle on Monday. This time she is going to try and be getting onto that forefront, trying to get some sort of angle here. Now Hate Me and Yagi are joining her.
Brute Force Ad Astra jumping in. Here comes the rest of the squad. Dino on the back. Yagi coming up to the front. Arctic Vote going to be popped down by the rest of Bonfire, and Bonfire will not be stymied so easily. 1-for-1 trade for now. Is Yagi stepping up now? Behind the smoke they go. Revive onto Arctic as more smokes will come down. But look at this third team in the background. They are surely hearing the firefight happening on this hill. As the rest of Brute Force Ad Astra, 2 on the front to Mayfair Revive, 2 in the back with the support. Hate Me now going to come round. Wrap, I assume, back towards Dino, and Catch looks for Laura here on the solo. You can see that they've identified the singular player here. Bonfire female. They're trying to come up to secure some form of safety, but they're not quick enough to the trigger. In fact, it will only be potentially a second one falling down here. Arctic has to find the second. It's going to be almost a 3v1, but it will be Arctic to save them in time. However, it's Slytherin also engaging in this fight. You can see them now moving forward. They've heard the shots, and this is disaster because Bonfire, they they took enough damage to the rest of Brute Force at Astro of Arctic, will just have to, I assume, run here if they can only get one revive.
I mean, yeah, it really depends if Slytherin are going to use those vehicles to be pushing in, or if they're going to take a little extra time. I mean, those nades aren't really giving them much leeway, though, at all, and I think it's too late now for Arctica. She's tried to go for that res, and unfortunately hasn't been able to do it at all, so now it's just a 1v4. That's really unfortunate. She does get the one, though, but she cannot get the second. Unfortunately, that is going to be an elimination for Brute Force, there we go. But an excellent third party from Slytherin. That's the kind of thing I've been waiting to see. You do have one knocked at the moment, but that's going to be easily rezzed up, and 4 points go over to them.
Indeed, and Slytherin, one of those more aggressive teams. I'm hoping that they can take that aggression, the elimination points. We said they've got a lot more than those placement points from that first day of games, and hopefully they'll be able to now move that with a bit of confidence in this first game so far towards some placement points as well. Digital Athletics here also going to be a little bit of a later rotation. I did like that coming through from them. You saw them have to kind of make an emergency wider rotation as they got caught by Denise Bank Wildcats on the first game on the first day, but now they've adapted. I like this. However, so have Wildcats. They've now stayed on the mountain for a fair amount of time. I like that they're also pinning the rest of Digital Athletics. However, you've got to also imagine that you can see here in the inventories, they don't have a lot of loot coming into this later stage of the game, where teams will maybe have 8 to 9 smokes you would expect coming into these later stages after a looting phase. You can see they've got a fair few nades, but only one smoke in the inventory here of at least one.
Yeah, that's interesting there. It gives you kind of, again, another kind of look into how they're planning to play this game. It could be that, with this kind of center on that hill, they're looking for those sprays. They're looking for as many eliminations as possible. And if need be, maybe not so much worried on getting out of that position. So they're looking to get as many elimination points and maybe not mind too much if they do end up going out due to, low throwables or smokes or something like that. I think that could be very much what they're trying to do here. As long as they have a lot of ammo, they're pretty good. They got some decent aim on them, and they've got a great zone. So that could be kind of playing for the short term.
Yeah, the zone definitely, I think, helping out Denise Bank Wildcats in this first game. If it had gone the opposite way, I would be a bit more concerned for them. But this high ground with, as you say, these teams roaming in, it actually will work fairly well for Denise Bank Wildcats. They'll be able to take advantage of this high ground location. Teams making a wider rotation. I think towards the north won't be as much, maybe some wider rotations towards the east, because as we know, the north in this zone is going to be home to Ruins, and in Ruins is infamous for all the right reasons.
It is, isn't it? I mean, some great games we see coming out. Is it going to go that way? It could absolutely go that way. I could see that, and that would just be an absolute pain. No pun intended, or maybe it is intended. You'll never know. It'd be an absolute pain actually get into new type of zone, especially with Wildcats right there, because there's a definite angle that they can hold towards those areas there. So we'll have to see. At the moment, team's pretty locked down good. I really hope that a holographic is not the only scope she has for that. There we go. 8 times, a little bit more appropriate for this kind of range.
Just a little bit.
Yeah, just a little bit. But you know what? Again, Digital Athletics right in their sight line, so they've got them locked down pretty darn good there. They've got a great position. Does this mean a win from them? We'll have to see where the zone goes.
Yeah, Denise Bank still a long way to go, and remind ourselves that it is only around that stage 3 coming into stage 4 zone. You don't really expect too much to affect in terms of the way team fights are. Some have moved into the Ruins area, notoriously also difficult for moving around in the Ruins area. However, go backwards. Don't need to worry about moving around over a player that cannot move. Mali will just be run over, and Valkyries will secure their second elimination.
Yes, indeedy. And while the goats do that, you can be the goat in-game and get yourself some 300 UC. There's some codes up on that screen right now. If you missed the last one, go ahead and grab this one as well. Just input that into the redeem page for PUBG Mobile, and you will get some sweet, sweet UC. But be quick about it, because it's only one per code. So go ahead. Oh, question mark. Might want to grab that UC while she has time off being in the lobby, getting taken out here by Goat as well as. So, question mark, not having a great rotation into zone, it seems.
Indeed, in question mark, you could see also the teams behind them, right, as well, making that fight just that little bit more difficult for them too. Denise Banks still on this mountain. I would have expected them maybe one player to make a bit of a rotation, maybe up towards the more northern end of the mountainside. As you can see here, with the zone now moving towards that northern end, you would have been much more beneficial taking that northern front, eastern front, should I say, to be able to take advantage of the road, as well as also stop these other teams from utilizing that opposite hillside that you can see in the more center part of the zone.
Yeah, I mean, that zone, unfortunately, is a little bit of the Wildcats' worst nightmare there, because they are going to have to squeeze into zone. They've got a little time to do that, but that zone, that side of the mountain is not very covered at all. There's not many angles they can use there. Plus, Rook can just move in behind them, just like MIR, taking out the rest of question mark there, unfortunately for them. But nice 2 points on the board for MIR. Looks like they need them, though. They have one dead, one down at the moment. Not sure how that happened, but unfortunately they're on the wrong side of zone to be doing too many crazy things, because this side of zone is about to get heated up real quick. Oh, invisible mic. Interesting.
While Pixie as well here and Slytherin going to make it a lot more more difficult for Go Valkyries to be able to move further into this zone. Of course, MIR, another conundrum that they've got here behind them. So Go Valkyries really do need to pick a fight, I think, to get some bit more space, or at least move up here, as you can see, onto the ridgeline for a better position before Wild Pixies arrive onto this location on the edge of the zone, because they really are running out of room with the amount of teams surrounding them.
Oh, they really are. It has to be very quick for them now. They have to make that decision. They can't hold on too long. Oiku from the Wildcats, though, has fallen. She's taken a great fall, and she's not going to be able to get up again on her own. So that's something that she's given her. Have to perform that very quickly, because that's not going to be. Oh, hang on a little minute.
There we go.
Coming in there. Oh, almost epic, but she does get knocked there. Goes enough time for Sonya to get another knock, though. Very nicely done here. This looks like a pretty good thing, except the backstab from Pain.
Yeah. Pain bringing in the third party, ruining the 1v2 potential for Rook there, but not enough to try maybe stop Rose if they can be able to get in for the shots. No, they cannot. The wall too much. They have to wrap back around. They're trying their best, but as this fight comes on, you can see, look, Pain are coming in. You've got Lisa now coming in to help Cupquake. So really now Rose has to go back for this revive as Pain. It could be a full-man squad here to contest, and I think TPS and also Rook are both in some serious trouble right now with Pain entering in.
They are absolutely in trouble. I mean, Lisa's the only one that has any sort of standing up there now. Pain's moving in. Ooh, the entry fragger does get knocked, though. That's a big thing for Rook. They might just be able to hold off a little while longer. They've got shelter from KYS, and they should be able to do this, except, of course, TPS is still here, but Rose doing the most here. How many knocks is that going to be for her?
Yeah, a bit of a too aggressive play there from TPS, but it wasn't enough to do the damage to buy the time for Pain here. Is Rose still not done just yet? Moves back into the other end of TPS, finds him, will not be exploded by the grenade, but will eliminate another TPS down to one, but back into the corner as they go. Has to take a third now onto Sarah, spraying through the smoke. Rose in a mad panic as they try to defend their position, but Pain, they're falling down. I would expect maybe Rose to be a bit more aggressive here, but of course the smokes are stopping that information. However, they cannot let Winnie come in for these revives.
Yeah, I'm very confused as to how Pain have lost this. This should have been a very quick and easy flush. I mean, KYS not helping matters, sure, but honestly, these 1v1s
No.
just does it. No way! Oh my goodness, the big GG's to Pain there. Did some really, really good work, but dang, that should not have been a 3 down and just by the skin of her teeth there. Rose doing some great work for her team, but unfortunately 10th place and 5 elimination points is all they're going to get for this one.
Yeah, unfortunately, played a bit too fast back on the peak around, and the angle was just there for Pain. But oh my days, did they almost come out with a loss there, even with a full squad. Galatasaray also now going to go back up against the rest of Go Valkyries, but they're going to lose Carly as a ball with one, but Old Daddy will be stopped by the other, and Maddie will be able to help out now with Toffee on the revive. However, you can see that on the edge of the zone, they need to move further up this hillside, so there is a bit of a movement needing to be done by Galatasaray, with a lot of the team still there later on the rotations here to come in, because that zone did swing back so heavily towards that eastern end.
Yeah, didn't it just there? My goodness. So it's continuing to go to the east side there. We do see the Wildcats slowly but surely losing players here. Certainly almost out in the zone, I think that is. But I will hand it to Slytherin, actually. They have 6 eliminations right now and a full squad, the only full squad of the lobby right now. So they are actually in a great position here. Not quite in zone, but certainly close enough to do some real damage.
Yeah, definitely. You can see the experience coming through from QSE and also Luzix. These two players who have been playing inside of the previous tournament, they know what to expect with some of these teams and these players, and they've definitely done their research. Coming back from day one, a lot stronger performance, I think, coming through so far from them. However, a big raid boss behind them in Galatasaray.
Yeah, that's going to be a big one to try and get rid of. I mean, at the moment, it's looking, they have the man at man, so from that side, it's looking good, but they are very distracted by MIR. They're trying to clear that northern side, which is a great idea until that happens. Maddie coming up behind you there. They will get this heal off, so that's going to be okay, but now they have another heal to try and get, another revive to do. The Wildcats, GG's, 4 eliminations, not 5 rather, not as many as I would have thought from that kind of play, but still a great result for the first game of the evening. That's just keeping them in that top 5. They are feeling pretty good about that, I think.
Galatasaray, though, this later rotation really working out for them. They'll find another now Digital Athletics, but can they confirm these eliminations? They're up to 7 so far. You can see Maddie a core part of that, but they are down to also 3 players, and they still need to get inside of his zone. Everyone outside of his stage 6 zone. Now Slytherin all back up for themselves for now with the 3 that they've got left. However, they are arguably the furthest away here, having also Digital Athletics part of the problem. However, Galatasaray are cleaning that up, no problem for them.
They are indeed. Oh, Digital Athletics done a great job. 6 eliminations on the board at the moment. So keeping that momentum from the day before yesterday into today, that is really hard to do a lot of the time. So big GG's continuing those high points. 3rd place, not half bad, but as a solo, I'm not sure how much further you can get with that in mind. But these two fighting it out amongst themselves, especially with her basically on the other side of Slither, she could actually have a really good fighting chance.
Yeah, Galatasaray as well. They're moving in with Slytherin, as you said, that fighting chance potentially for them. Toffee down makes it real awkward. They're actually going to go for his revive. This is really interesting, considering that, yeah, it gets you closer to zone, but look at the open position you put yourself in. They've got this vehicle, these 2 to block themselves, but, oh no, a rookie error as they stand way too close to the vehicle, did not blow out the tires, wanted to greed for the vehicle, potentially for the movement, it gets blown up, and now Galatasaray should be out of this one. Slytherin, they need to keep moving, though. They get caught by the zone, and you can see the damage to the zone really helping out Galatasaray. They may be low, but Slytherin are also going to be struggling, and it might just be Digital Athletics here going to be able to steal this one. Look at the health on Leo, but everyone's been so damaged, and the zone will give DA the win, back-to-back. If you cross over the days, it's 2 in a row in a wrangle for DA.
That is insane. How did the other teams allow that to happen? I mean, massive kudos to Digital Athletics. She played that perfectly. She just stayed low, stayed down, just snuck into zone behind them when they were too busy healing up. But obviously that was a mistake from Madi, right? Just not far enough away from that vehicle when it got blown up. That's a separate issue.
Yeah.
But to not have that healing, to just have that zone be able to tick away your health like that, I mean, that is insanity. I don't think I've ever seen that.
Yeah, I think really unfortunate for that mistake. Maddie's going to be kicking herself, because if they had two players, they would have been able to do more damage quicker to Slytherin. Then they would have been able to turn the fight onto Digital Athletics with a man advantage in the game, and then, they would have been able to potentially take that win for themselves. Instead, though, it's Digital Athletics with another win for them. 16 points overall with 6 elimination and 10 placement with their chicken dinner. Definitely going to be what Digital Athletics want here, coming off the momentum of day 1. Now got big momentum on day 2 with another Erangel win.
I mean, let's just remind ourselves, everyone, that they've just gotten 46 points in 2 matches, back-to-back 46 points. I mean, that is just insane. I definitely would not be surprised if they were now top of the leaderboard. They weren't that far away from who was it? Galatasaray. So I could definitely see them actually making that top of the list. The only thing is that at the same time, they'll actually have a game even if they didn't get the win. So it is a little dicey on that front, but they've definitely done enough to be threatening it.
Yeah, I definitely think Galatasaray, they're in some trouble when it comes to, they're going to pick up points. They had a lot of eliminations as well this game too. Now they are going to be a bit closed in on the gap between the points and first and second. I think you wouldn't be surprised here to see later on in the total standings, the rest of Athletics be second place actually now above the Wildcats. So I think we didn't really see them, they sort of disappeared, had clearly a struggle moving in off of that mountainside.
Yeah, they did, and I think that's where, of course, that kind of utility or lack of really got to them. I think I liked the plan that I think they were going for, and that, they were going for kills, a lot of kills, and with the zone, the way the zones went, they were taking that gamble, and I don't mind that gamble. Unfortunately, I think we're able to get enough points through those eliminations to actually warrant it. They only got 4 total in the game. For a play like that, I'd like to see maybe at least 6 or 7, something like that, which they're capable of doing. But as good angles were on that, I mean, you do see you had 226 meters from the top of that ridge. So while the angles were good, there is also a heck of a lot of cover that you don't really realize is going to be there until you're actually up there. So I think that may have thwarted them just a little bit, but still not too bad.
Yeah, not too bad indeed. As you can see there, the 8 from the Wildcats, as we're talking about them, the longest distance elimination with 226 meters. No surprise with the 8 scope that they had, that we talked about inside of that game. As we move on, though, to the match rankings, 16, of course, for DA, Digital Athletics, and also Slytherin there with 15 total points. This is what we kind of wanted to see, though, from Slytherin, getting, as we said, those placement points on top of the eliminations that they were getting in the first day. Galatasaray as well. No surprise to see them inside of that top 3. A bit an unfortunate showing from, I think, some of our bottom teams, however, with Bonfire, NTX, also unfortunately one of them, and the Wild Pixies. Again, on the bottom of those standings, not the first time, and I would like to see some of these teams hopefully be able to pick it up and get some points after this unfortunate first game.
Yeah, me too. I think a lot of these teams had the opportunity to do a lot better. Some teams like, Brute Force, got completely third-partied, and it was an excellent third-party by Slytherin. There wasn't a whole lot they could have done there, maybe except run away. But they chose to stay and chose to try and fight it, which is fine. The other teams, though, they definitely had opportunities to make a different outcome, and unfortunately it just didn't happen. They just didn't end up doing that. So yeah, definitely would like to see more coming in from them in the next 4 games. And, I want to see that because I absolutely think they're fully capable of doing that. I mean, we got some great teams in here. It's just they need to find their footing and find their pace and see what's going on.
Yeah, I think that pace being a bit set different, something they might not be willing to follow from some of the top teams that are setting it. And I think you start to see now through these 6 games a bit of a gap forming between the pacing of some of what the top teams want to do versus what some of the lower teams in the standings, of course, want to have to play the game through and how they like to play the game. I think you saw some of the rotations through from Wild Pixie, for example. They did get to Ruins. They had a solid spot coming in. However, they may have also left a bit more of the opportunity of those like Go Valkyries to move in ahead of them and get sucked away from being inside of the stage and get caught in the blue later on and kind of disappear.
Yeah, definitely. Definitely. I mean, as we look at the player focus, though, I mean, you are seeing a little bit of a little less consistency across the teams here, just a little bit. You've got Maddie, or Seema, rather. I keep calling her Maddie, but it's actually Seema. But 7 eliminations, 855 damage, and that drops off significantly towards 3rd to 5th place here. I mean, 5 for Faleka, sure, but then you've got 3 for Bazumi, 2 for Tofita, and then Lisa with 2 as well. So just kind of shows you, again, I think we only saw 3 teams there that were really putting in a lot of elimination points, and the rest of them kind of were doing bits and pieces, but not too much there.
Yeah, indeed. Seema with the 7 eliminations and the damage share more equal, I think, crucially, to count for that. We saw a lot in the first day, high damage numbers, but not a lot of eliminations coming through some of these players. Also, no surprise to see Toffee there as well on the top 5 player focus. Galatasaray, I think, are one of those teams there you can see with that damage equally, the other two doing just a similar amount of team damage percentage compared to other teams who maybe have more of a, will have a couple in support, will have a couple in terms of fragging.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, absolutely. As you do see the elimination damage, it's looking pretty stacked towards a couple of there. I mean, even Digital Athletics don't have the kind of elimination. Well, maybe the eliminations, but not so much the damage that you would expect to see from a winning team. And I think that's very telling. I mean, they were in some pretty water for the majority of that. I mean, they were right down the sightlines of the Wildcats for a long time. Then you saw them get picked apart one by one. And then it's just a solo that comes in and sneaks the win. I mean, that was fantastic playing from them. But it does show in that elimination damage bar graph thingy-majig. But over to the right side, try and get those right. Down to the right side there, you get Wildcats and you got Ghosts. They're definitely putting in a lot of damage here, so you can really tell who's the heavy hitters here.
Yeah, there's definitely some of the big heavy hitters. I think Slytherin being that big new one in terms of the top teams that we're used to. Also, I like to see Go Valkyries in there as well. Definitely welcome to see them inside of the top half of the teams in terms of their damage. They have been trying to make it in there, I think, in the middle of the pack, but I'm hoping to see maybe teams like Go Valkyries, like Brute Force, be able to more consistently push themselves up into those top 3, top 4 spots in terms of the placements at the end of the game.
Yeah, absolutely. And then, we can kind of see where this is going maybe for Miramar. I have noticed in previous seasons, at least, that these teams generally try and find each other out. So that you have fewer teams than 16, or for whatever reason, they generally try and find each other as much as possible. So I think for Miramar, the bigger map, I think we're going to still be seeing kind of the same sort of timetable in terms of when we're getting to that action when we are as in Erangel. I think it's going to be about the same. But as we look into our overall standings, we do see Digital Athletics has moved into 2nd place and only 5 points behind Galatasaray.
Yeah, however, there is also a big gap, I think, forming here too between the 2nd and the 4th place team, right? That's about a 19-point difference here between the 2nd and 4th teams. It is a bit closer towards the 4th and the 8th there. You can see a lot of teams, even 9th there, Slytherin, moving their way up right to the top of the right side of the leaderboards. However, it's realistically only, I think, the 3rd and the 4th spots there. If Digital Athletics and Galatasaray, assuming they keep up this top level performance is the 3 and 4 spots that are up for grabs for getting that access into the later stages. You really are thinking that we're starting to see some favourites here, no, I'm sure, in terms of who can get to those later stage and the finals.
Yeah, absolutely. I think you're right. It is starting to get a little bit more spaced out, just a little bit. You're starting to see a couple of gaps here. So, between 9th and 15th, unfortunately, so quite enough to get onto that left side there, but they are tied and only 1 point behind 6th place. So there is that, but Slytherin and say even Bonfire Female there, 15th place, there is starting to be a bit of a gap now. While Pixies still have plenty of time to actually get into a few more up there, I need 10 points to be 15th instead of 16th. It's just where they're going to actually find those points. Perhaps Miramar, I think we saw a little bit more of them on those Miramar matches on Monday, so still holding out to see them have some good games here tonight.
Yeah, and that's what we're hoping for at the end today. Even if we don't get to see much of these teams later on in the tournament, if we can see a bit of everything from everyone, there's always that opportunity, even from these bottom place teams so far, to be able to get the opportunity and a win if the cards end up being played right. As we see the top 5 eliminations, so no surprise, I think, to see, of course, 2 Galatasaray members at the top, and also Digital Athletics there with their placements. It is realistically a story of the top of these 4 teams, right, with each of the teams having at least one of these players of their squad on the top 5.
Yeah, it's a really nice kind of consistent area to see, 14, 13, 13, 11, and 10. I mean, and across the board as well. Yes, you have Galatasaray. Both of them are, number 1 and 2. But I think, honestly, the girls were all kind of used to that. Galatasaray, in general, tend to do this a lot. So it is nice to see some of these other girls, each from one team, have enough of a consistent day and consistent eliminations to actually move in to this top eliminations.
Yeah, and I'm really excited to see, as you said, moving on to Miramar, right, how they'll be able to fare in a different environment and see if they can continue Digital Athletics to keep this momentum up. We'll be back with Miramar after a short break. Welcome everyone to the second game here on Now Miramar. It's going to be a hot one with Digital Athletics just coming hot of the chicken dinner on Erangel. A back-to-back win across days for them. Got to see if they can keep this momentum up. Now moving into our Miramar second game of 5 today. The playing path is going to be a top one for now, as a lot of these teams, again, going to be able to get where they want to. However, we can argue that there is a little bit of teams roaming towards, we saw especially in Group B yesterday, southern side Valdemar to Misera side, those hills to begin their looting phase in stage 1. So that could cause a few of these teams to have to make a bit of a rotation on those roads. You can see KMG, one of those teams, going to be making potentially that rotation down towards the south side alongside Rook there, going to be heading towards their Picado end, and also some of those teams like Slytherin up towards the edge of Impala later on with Brute Force. Haven't seen too much, however, as these teams are beginning now to drop some of their hot drops overall. Getting into the early games, I would be hoping to maybe see some fighting early on. this zone definitely going to be a bit of a shift as well for some of those teams like Slytherin and Brute Force, Galatasaray, as we saw, making their way back up towards that first phase. It has gone up towards the northeastern side. Would be actually maybe interesting, of course. What do you think about looking at Crater Fields? Potentially, are we going to see a Picado Hills finish? What do you think? Would you like to be that diabolical Neptura? Would you like to see a Crater Field finish?
Always. I think you know the answer there, Wolf. Always. I would love that. I just love big ridges like that. La Bandita is one of my favorite end zones as well for that very reason. Ridges and low ground, it's always such fun. So yeah, absolutely. I'd love to see that.
Yeah, I really think that Crater Field, I saw it once in, oh goodness me, it was so far back now, like the eastern region. I was doing an event year and a half ago, and we saw Crater Fields once, and I got to experience it on broadcast, and it was so scary. The amount of open space, Neptura, and the amount of difficulty with high to low ground, that has to be, I think, by far one of the hardest places to navigate in Miramar. Potentially, I would argue even harder than that big A road line that goes straight through with that big, tall mountain tops above Picado.
Yeah, it's so scary. Again, I'm going to say this till I'm blue in the face, honestly. If you think you've got a high ground, there's always a ground higher than you on Miramar. It just always is that way. And so when you start getting into those big cliff ranges, it gets especially that way. So there's really no place to hide. Even the ridges are open ground up there. So it could be a very interesting, or it would be a very interesting zone. Will it be the kind of zone? Absolutely not. So I'm excited to see if that does go up that way. I do see that we got a couple of squads there that do have some damaged players at the moment. Not for very long, hopefully, but we do have, already getting shot at here. Oiku on the ball when it comes to this.
Oiku getting a shot onto Old Daddy here from the long range across the roadside. Don't expect too much to happen. Also, San Martin, I wouldn't be surprised to see a certain squad here make their way over onto that mountain ridge you can see on your left of your screen and overlook question mark. We've seen it a couple times before. Neptura, what are we thinking?
Ooh, I would love, as north as it can go, as painful as it can go. I think it'd be nice for Wild Pixie to have an easy rotation into zones. So I'm going to say it'd be really kind for them to get that kind of Crater Fields north rotation, north zone even. For them, they are looking at pain at the minute, and it's a nice little spread they got here, a nice little part of El Pozo. Really don't like El Pozo just because the amount of windows there are, the amount of angles that can be had at any one time. And I barely go up there anyway, so it is very much an unknown for me. So kudos to any team that goes up here, honestly. But to me, this is a great spot for Wild Pixies. It's got a really nice, kind of more open, but still those kinds of buildings have a lot of loot, so I like this. I think it'd be nice for them to have a good game here, and if the Crater Fields is what they need, then absolutely go for it.
Yeah, I think they've also definitely got a better position over Pain, I would argue, as well, when it comes to the potential to move out of this city too. I think the Wild Pixie, realistically, I really enjoy their T formation that they had, and now they've moved back to a 2-2 formation, looking, of course, as you can see, with 2 rotating out of the city to potentially make it to another location to continue that looting phase. That was something that we definitely saw from, as again, the Wildcats in the last game, where they didn't loot as much. And some of these teams, it's not just the Wildcats that have done it, don't loot up enough, I think, in the early phase, or aren't efficient enough when it comes to the essentials in terms of the loot that they can gather in the first couple of phases. And it has cost them when it comes to those later, more drawn out zones, especially with Miramar being a potential of that, with the open space, needing those smokes and needing that utility to navigate in the later stage 4, 5, 6 part of the game. You really want to be able to be on the top of your game for the basics at the start.
Absolutely. I think that is definitely something where if you're thinking about kind of what the Wildcats were doing without much utility at all, it is not going to fly on Miramar, especially one so far from get stuck a lot, just like MIR are getting stuck here, Wolf. Oh no.
Toffee going to be stuck here with also MIR. You can see the split too. It's a 2-2. So they are moving back their players to come towards MIR. I think they're going to try to aggress this one. You can see Carly moving up now with also Seema. They're moving forward as well. But they're going to be a bit too late to get to the eliminations there. MIR are going to be able to get across the hill in time.
That's good for MIR. They've left that, but unfortunately are going to be losing two of their players. That's not the Miramar they really wanted. I think they probably got stuck there a little bit. Nice little drift there from Josie. But yeah, I think it's very unfortunate because, of course, on Monday they won this Miramar game. So it is unfortunate that they're not going to be able to do that with such a strong force or have such an optimal presence in that end game, but we'll have to see how they manage as a duo. You know, we've seen some great things from duos before. We've seen some great things from solos. So in this lobby, in this scene, you really can't count those out.
Yeah, also you can see Pain looks on the standings like they did have a player go down a little bit when it came to the damage. I'm curious if the side of Wild Pixie, judging by the fact that they do also have that yellow line there, are on a bit of a contention against each other up towards that northeastern end of Miramar. I don't think so though, as it has gone back to normal. Go as well. Going to be on this T-junction here versus question mark. They haven't moved. Instead, towards question mark, it's going to be question mark moving towards the goats. It has been a different tale here with goats, being a bit more defensive, I think, when it comes to how they move around the Miramar map this game.
Yeah, it has been. The goats, I think, after having that initial run-in with, who was it, the Wildcats, I think they are playing this very carefully. But we tend to see from a few of these teams, oh, this is an interesting rotation. Hang on, TPES. Not generally a kind of rotation that I would really recommend here, just because it's like a 1-1-1. So you give these teams up here, you give Wild Pixies in particular an opportunity to kind of just focus in on one car. If you're all together a little bit more, it's not as easy for them to do that. But you know what? They get through it. So you know what? We can't complain all that much because they managed to do it. So kudos to them. Wild Pixies do not get much of a return for those bullets spent. And we'll have to see where TPES up, because again, they are another one of those teams that really could use those extra points and a good game here. So we'll see.
Yeah, I think actually Wild Pixies as well, they could also move away from the El Pozo side further towards those higher mountains. You can see just in the distance for themselves. Also, they have this church as well around El Pozo, and I know you love the church around the high ground that it brings, and also the low ground around that would be definitely a big advantage and a great position to hold for the Wild Pixies just now, and be able to gather a bit more information, as we say, gather a bit more loot as well from the church moving into these later phases.
Definitely. Absolutely. I like the high ground that question mark have here right now, trying to get these eliminations on rotations, which is some of the best third party you can really do here. And I do like how question mark are really on top of these movements here. But unfortunately for KYS, they looked for cover. They were not going to get it. They're going to find the only refuge is going to be the lobby after they move into the compound that Go Valkyries was in. That's a big upset for them.
Yeah, Go Valkyries going to be able to gather 3 eliminations off though for it. And it will be them taking down KYS. Another unfortunate game from them. I think the side of KYS, they've kind of struggled a little bit when it comes to getting themselves these points. And KYS virtually, they're going to need to be able to hopefully come back in Sandhawk, hopefully come back in these next 3 games, because they are running out a bit of opportunities when it comes to getting these points.
They really are. Yeah, it is unfortunate. I mean, the good news is that, right, we're not going to be seeing any elimination from the tournament today. Right? right? From phase 1,
True.
no one is going home directly. So for them, it's so much pressure necessarily. But, everybody wants to get the quick way to the finals, right? They don't want to have to go through 2 weeks of playing. No one wants to do that. So they are going to be trying to get that top 4 position. But we'll have to see how they end up going as we go along, because KYS still on the left hand of that board, if I'm remembering correctly. So they still are in it. They just need some good games, and maybe Sandhawk will be that game for them.
Yeah, I'd be curious as well to see where the stage 2 is actually shifted in terms of these players. The rotations of them looking like it may have shifted towards more of the east. These players seem to be driving this way as well. Pixie has spotted out a couple of these TPS members. They have been tracking them from behind as they initially did rotate past, and now he seems to have finally caught out 2 of them on the roadside. A really difficult position for TPS, but they try to rotate around the ridge. They almost get away with it, but they will lose Lisa. That way it leaves 1 casualty as they go back down into the compound.
Oh, that's just terrible for Lisa. She's been one that I think a lot of people are watching, and every time she's on screen, unfortunately, it's only to see her death. But I have to say, really well played from Wild Pixies there. They have that 2-2 split either side. They were using those vehicles effectively. They've effectively made TPES run straight back into El Pozo, which is not going to be good for them for 2 reasons. Number 1, Payne's there. Almost. Number 1, Payne's there.
Almost had it.
Almost. Number 2, Wild Pixies are now able to go straight into the gatekeep position up on those cliffs. So TPES, unless they want to make a super long rotation, they're slightly stuck here.
Yeah, I really wanted to highlight that, but I will hold a point. As you can see, the map here has rotated actually very centrally for a lot of these teams. We do have this bit of a split here, especially towards the south side. You've, of course, got the mountains, where you've got Montenuevo as well. I think some of these southern teams will be particularly looking for a high ground just to south of Montenuevo. You can see already MIR and Digital Avalanche have that other core spot in the south. Towards the north, we do have, of course, the mountains and the sides there, just to the west of San Martin, and those giant hills that we talked about, right, where NTX can have. I think it might just be the highest point. I know you say there's always a highest point, but I'm pretty sure that's a very, very high point indeed that NTX have on top.
Yeah, I think it is actually the highest point, but it's kind of difficult to get up there. I think they have a really, really good spot. I'm just watching the left right there as we're looking at Wildcats doing some stuff. But yeah, NTX have done exceedingly well to actually get up there. Oh, I don't know who just went out there, but that was very nicely done. MIR. GG's.
Yeah, and there also, GG's would be your code. Get into PUBG Mobile, be able to put that code in. First one to put that code in gets 300 free UC in your pockets. Get all those cool new fashion looks and show it off to your friends. There's a question mark here. Still looking over Goat Valkyries. It's a bit of a stalemate. They've been here for a while. I'm curious about the utility that they've got. It looks like question mark do have a lot, of course, because they had the central city there to be able to loot up so much. However, for Goats, again, here's the problem, right? 1 smoke on Militia, 3 on Tire. You've only got 1 nade throw on the other. You've got 4 on the third. But using that's about only realistically 1 engagement or 1 big rotation that you can make with that amount of utility. You're not going to have any extra.
No, you're not. They're going to have to play it very, very carefully. So I wouldn't be surprised if we see Goat Valkyries stay here for as long as possible, even more than they need to, just to wait for question mark to get out of here. We're gonna have to make some very, very quiet rotations, very not calling too much attention to themselves at all. So we'll have to see how this plays out for them. For me, I would be very tense right now. They do have zone though, Wolf. They've just had zone handed to them on a silver platter, and question mark have to do something about it.
Yeah, now, and unfortunately, the question mark, they may have done all the looting, they may have had all the control in the world, but the zone just says no, and it's them that have to rotate in. I would expect them to make actually not this engagement. I think it would be smarter of question mark to make a wider rotation away, and maybe towards more of that south end. You rotate in towards the north, and you kind of end up, as we say, towards those teams like NTX, right, in a high ground issue, where teams who are set up there are going to have such, again, an advantage like question mark have over GOAT. So I expect them to make more of that southern rotation, maybe around Carter Hill could be an opportunity. KMG Esports, so as well, going to be another sufferer of the Wild Pixies hold here on outside of El Paso. Another team trying to rotate wide, getting punished. And Payne also here on the other end of El Paso might just be able to spot out Nina, but Nina does turn around in time, and it looks like they will be able to hold the edge. Densbank Wildcats in also some issue. That tree post not going to save them. Rook do grab though a knock. Some fire on the return. It won't be a return knock in the think though with the distance that Wildcats have and the lack of ability to get in, they will lose also one.
That's a big shame. I'm curious though as to what Brute Force is doing. They've decided to go for very, very late, very quiet rotation coming in here. Unfortunately, the zone hasn't really favored that at all, but I could see this actually working because of the amount of teams all very close together. Hang on, Slytherin trying to do some stuff here. Not working so far though.
Yeah, Slytherin, again, looking maybe to put this aggression. It's Catastrophe. It's a bit of a rematch here from the first game. Knows Blue Zone to stuff up Slytherin vote this time, and they will just be able to make that wider rotation away from Crater Fields. I mean, yeah, you can see the terrain, right? It is just so open in this area. Yes, you have this compound, but it's sort of like that death compound in Erangel, right? Where you've got this nice color in the center, but as soon as it moves away, you end up having this issue of where you can't get out of that crater, and where teams surrounding you are able to have that free reign on top of you.
Yeah, it really is, and that's what makes it so interesting, and that's where I kind of come in with the, you got to get that position early as heck, because once these zones start coming in onto these ridge lines and you don't have that, you are kind of stuck here. So Bonfire at the moment, they do have NTX behind them. If they can grab that opposite hillside, but I think they're not going to even try that. It would be nice to see them do that. But they could just end up holding up in these compounds, the teams fighting over the top of them, and they get an easy, top 5 placement. That's entirely doable in this sort of situation. So I don't hate this from them. We'll have to just see how it works out. But going back very quickly to Bonfire, going to Brute Force, I see this actually working the super late rotation to zone because these teams are in such a crowded area, because it's an odd zone. They could actually sneak in very easily in between these teams or around the outside, go for a long rotation up to the. This could actually work in their favor. So I'm hoping that we'll be able to see a lot more of them coming up.
Yeah, NTX here, holding out on the edge of the Crater Fields on the high hill they have. Going down, though, could be a bit of a problem coming into this zone. They do have this team behind them, which could be the problem. You can see Bonfire female are there to maybe look to contest them on the entrance in. You can now see a bit of a rush happening from one of these teams. Looks like TPS, Bonfire female, and all of course, the rest are moving in, should I say, and Wild Pixie also going to be moving in on the south end. So these teams now making a move, understanding it's stage 4 right here, and that you do need this control, you do need this position early on. As soon as the zone moves, you get delayed, you get into a problem like this, where Slytherin have now actually called out Bonfire female. Bonfire female weren't quick enough to the trigger to make that rotation in. They now get caught, they will almost get taken out completely by Slytherin, but one survives, and that's crucial for the potential placement points of his team.
It is absolutely. I just want to just have a giggle at him for a minute at how massive that monster truck is, just stuck on top of that buggy. That was humongous. That had no business being that big. But Slytherin, they have lost Linu, unfortunately, to Galatasaray, but they are in zone, and they've got a big compound. It's one of those things, again, where they can just kind of lay low, make sure no one comes too close, but as long as those teams don't have an angle on top of them, they'll just fight amongst themselves. So Slytherin, again, having to get into a top 5 here.
I'm so nervous, so if that zone goes away towards the south, they've got Galatasaray, they've got other teams, they're brute force at Astra, Bonfire still there, you've got question mark on the other end. They all would be looking down on top of Crater Field. It's a great position to hold, but you are at the complete mercy of where the zone goes, because if it goes south, look at where they have to go. There's realistically no way Slytherin are getting into this game if that goes south. El Pozzo, again, the same issue, right? If that zone goes away, there's 4 teams going to be fighting exiting that city, and knows who wins this game, or who will, as you say, get into that top 5.
Yeah, absolutely. Now we're starting to see a lot of happenings. Rook going on to, while Pixies go down to a solo now. And look who's shown up. It's Brute Force up onto the side of Galatasaray. They've taken that rotation I hoped they would do. Oh, what a nade right onto Tafida, making sure that she cannot take that shot. But worst case scenario, Wolf, the zone has moved away from Slytherin from that compound. How are they going to get out of this one?
I don't think they are. I'll be honest with you. It's a rough one. I think you would need to have a bit of a miracle, a bit of a distraction here is what you need with Brute Force at Astra, and also question mark for Galatasaray to not look towards the eyes of Slytherin. However, realistically, even if Slytherin aren't shot by Galatasaray, you've still got these other teams that we just mentioned, right, that also can look down upon Slytherin. So they are just a bit dead.
Yeah, they are just a bit, yeah, there we go. So going out in 13th there, but with 3 eliminations, not half bad at the moment. While Pmmi need to heal up very quickly here. Galatasaray really have their hands full, never mind. They have their hands full here. They've got several teams, at least 3 up here onto this northern side. It's looking like Maddie taking a massive split away from her team. That's a little bit risky when you got question mark right on top of her like that. But we'll see how that works for them. Question mark in turn are being hounded by NTX here. So I think Maddie's got a little bit of leeway at the moment. Nice and aid coming in for that knock. Now it's Crystal.
Yeah, 2 down already. It looks like question mark have been able to have some control here over NTX. The problem is, you can see that zone is about to move in 5 seconds. And making the revive for now, Crystal is still as alive as you say, that making their own revive on the side of NTX. And there as well, they're going to lose another, as NTX will finally be finished off beside the rest of question mark. Digital Athletics, another one of these squads having to hold up here for now. I'm not sure I'm a fan of the smoke. It might just give their position away a bit more to where Rook needs to be looking towards them. They might have been better just holding up without the smoke for now.
Possibly, yeah, question mark. I want to just give kudos to question mark real quick. They are still now a trio, almost a duo, but they've held out for so very long against team after team up here. So GG's to them. Despite everything, they still are standing at least a little bit. Slytherin, on the other hand, really struggling to get up that hill. I like what they have kind of done is kind of try to move the way of question mark rather than up against Galatasaray, but it's still not going to work as we kind of expected. I mean, all these teams now are out in the zone. You can see that health bar going down as Galatasaray now meeting their match potentially. Almost Bonfire getting that wipe on to Galatasaray, but it's not going to be happening for them. Rook, on the other hand, Rose, she's currently have 3 eliminations out of the 8 that they have so far. Beautiful nade, though, is not going to be hers. Going to be her teammate, St. Nova's, and they are now inside zone. It's a precarious position, but it is one for them.
Yeah, Slytherin will fall down there, but they will grab at least one better placement point. It was question mark who fell as well before them. Rook keeping themselves alive with the 9 elimination points so far. You said earlier that the smokes there did kind of draw Digital Athletics their way. I like that they're not putting the smoke stand still here, holding up behind this bush and staying as low as possible. I would even argue that if need be, if they don't need that backpack, that could also come off at this point in the game, just avoiding as much potential of being.
Yeah, indeed. I'm wondering if we're going to see another Digital Athletics win here. I mean, that would be just phenomenal. I'd love to see that. On the other hand, though, Rook looking very, very nice up here. They've got a little bit of that high ground. Again, not as high as the teams to the west there, but they're currently fighting it out. So Rook might as well get as many eliminations as possible. Oh, pain! Feeling pain right now. They move on in straight onto TPES.
Oh no, and also TPS, they're fighting, yeah, but Digital Athletics, they began to make those movements of footsteps, and immediately as you saw them make those movements, Rook fired the grenades down into that location, so Blair really needs to be aware of the sound that they are making. TPES as well, only going to be drawing information towards that location, as they also need to fight onto Rook. They have a bit of time here, 50 seconds still before this zone moves in. However, you can also see Brute Force at Astra, right? They're moving in towards this south side, so they are also going to be another potential thorn in the side for TPS.
Yeah, absolutely. Brute felt that momentum going. They only have 3 eliminations, but they moved out, pushed up, and gotten rid of Galatasaray, and they will have known that. So, no matter who you are, getting rid of the top team generally is going to put a little skip in your step. So hopefully that has helped them as well. But that's not such good news for the rest of the teams, because now they've got a brute force to be reckoned with here.
Brute Force still a full squad here, the only full squad. But Rook have a bit of a high ground advantage. I think the Brute, they'll be waiting here for the next phase to see where it goes. If Rook need to come down off of a hillside in stage 8, it will be the end of them. So Brute can play a little bit patient, but they, as you can see, need to still provide enough pressure to stop Rook popping over the front of that base and being able to shoot down on Brute Force. So they're playing it right. The only issue is you do have to also be careful of these solos in amongst the end. And you do need to be careful here of Rook, because they'll take down Brute, they'll take down TPS. The moment they're allowed that second up into the front of the rock, it's a triple elimination for Sonya. And Sonya is looking for the 4th on to Dino on Brute Force. They will be able to find it. A bit of an over-aggression, and now just like that, a full squad is being catapulted into a solo. Sonya's going down for the aggression. She's feeling it. She's feeling the chicken dinner win, but way too aggressive with Yagi behind. Gets punished. Rose not there to follow behind the rest of the bush, and now falls the second. Yagi will look to punish, but in the final, Satanova will be there to finish it off, and Rook will fall down, or Rook will be able to get a chicken dinner as Brute Force fall down.
That was fantastic. Really, really well played there. It was touch and go for a second. They didn't realize that Yagi was actually behind the tree and was not the smoke down where Digital Athletics was. Speaking of Digital Athletics, they're now got another second place right off the back of that win. So again, sneaking into that top 2 position, really, really good work as solos. But yeah, you got to hand it to Rook, man. I mean, they were just going right, left, and center. They had that high ground, but as much as that helped them, they were just able to cover those angles. So we are going to be seeing, let's see. Yeah, just fantastic work. I'm wondering what this is going to be into kind of the Sandhawk new thing now. I'm wondering what that's going to be looking like, because you have Rook coming in super strong, not as strong perhaps as that Wildcats win from Monday, but still a very strong sort of game coming in there. So I'm wondering, is that meaning a back-to-back for Sandhawk now?
Yeah, I think it would be really interesting to see if they can come towards Sandhawk in terms of an aggressive playstyle, if they can have that success. I'm not really sure if Sandhawk is one of those ones where you can say not sure they can get back-to-back on. It's a bit of a wild card when it comes out to the potential of teams coming up with consistency through there. But 27 points still will be 17 eliminations, still a giant win for Rook. And I think as much as Sonya fell in that last moment of the game, by far and large, Sonya is the reason with that quadra elimination that they were able to get that win.
Yeah, I mean, Sonya just on fire tonight. We have seen her past do super well here, and I think tonight has been no exception. I'm definitely expecting her to be in that top fragger board, if not maybe sneaking on to the overall top fragger board if she wasn't there already.
Yeah, for sure, Sonya looking really strong tonight. And I think Rook as well have always looked pretty consistently strong. Yeah, they might have not had always the chicken dinners. This is one of their wins, at least for them. But they have always looked consistent, I think, in the 7 games now that we've had so far, Neptura.
Yeah, it definitely is. Blair getting 375 meters. I mean, that's pretty long there for Blair. So big GG's going off that way. Only 12 total rescues, though. I think that's one of the lowest we have seen. So definitely going to be looking forward to that elimination damage ratio graph that we'll be seeing a little later on. We'll see how much there is actually going on here, because that's not a lot of rescues.
Yeah, a bit of an extra healing done in this game as well. If we are looking at stats, all down just to the way that zone did end up going. You could see Sliverin, one of those teams who were healing up inside the blue, trying their best to really deal with a quite bad hand that they got given. However, there is also arguments, right, that some of these teams did stay a bit too far to the edge of the zone, knowing that the potential they had of later as the zone started moving away from them, moving further away and leaving them in the blue at the end of the game. So I think I would like to see some of these teams maybe at least make one or two players a bit proactive, send them out. If you're going to lose all your players anyways with the blue later on, try at least with 1-2 to get further position into the zone.
Yeah, absolutely. It is interesting, you just talk about kind of, not healing quite so much, and, just starting. It reminded me of Sandhawk and the other season I think we had, where one of the teams, Sandhawk, without fail, got one in zone, in the blue, started healing with like 40 odd heals, healing from phase 1, and immediately they always got top 5. It was insane. And of course, then there were some changes made, so teams couldn't quite do that.
Yeah, Unicorns of Love, I believe really that might have been. I think that was Unicorns of Love, if I'm correct. I can't remember. It was a team with a pink logo. That's all I remember, and I know the team that you're talking about. I know the team that you're talking about. As Rook, Dreamcore, they will, of course, as we say, come with the chicken in the 27 total points. TPS, a little bit of a miles away there with only 12 in second position. Really did get sucked up a lot of those eliminations by the first team, but still, good showing from the rest of these teams up at the top. Brute Force, Glatas Race, Sliverin, always some fair amount of eliminations in their pocket. And unfortunately, I think we are again seeing now the consistency, right, of some of these teams. A bit of a surprise at the bottom, though, still, with MIR being still in 15th position. I think MIR, they've really struggled, right, as we haven't really seen them come out swinging as hard as we saw at the first couple of games in the first day.
Yeah, no, they definitely are not seeing the exact same sort of mentality coming through here, and maybe that's part of the plan, but I do have to ring the bell of 1,000 damage. Ding, ding, ding. There it goes. Both for Sonya and Tofi as well. Both of these girls getting over 1,000 damage and very, very close to each other for the same amount of eliminations. And here, Wolf, we're seeing on Miramar much more consistent kills across the board for these teams. Wait a minute. 3 girls of Rook are on here. I just noticed that.
Yeah, I mean, no surprise to see Rook on here. I would expect Rook to be on here. I'm surprised that we've not even got 4 players of Rook on here, to be honest, Neptura, with the amount of eliminations purely that they got. I mean, it's going to be a high chart when 3 already have about 2,500 damage. Is it going to be beating the Digital Athletics 2,875, which is the highest marker so far in the tournament? That's what I'm curious about.
Yeah, it could do. I don't think it's quite going to, though. These girls got a lot of points, a lot of damage done, but I don't think it was as, from what we saw at least, maybe it was just because they weren't on screen all that much until the end there, but definitely didn't see them as much throughout the game. It was really towards the end there where they started picking up all those points. So we'll have to see if the damage is quite the same, but you know what? Double 1k damage is looking pretty darn good. As we go over to that damage graph, let's see what we have. Oh, is it?
Oh, 2 points. 2 points lower than the top, but it is still just as high up there. There's one more shot, girls. You would have had it. You would have had the highest, but it's still a massive feat. to be proud of in the second game. 17 eliminations, 2,873 damage, and also they're a whopping 2,000 damage from Galatasaray, but only 7 eliminations there. What is that about?
I know, right? Considering that we only had 12 revives, so you're seeing a lot of teams die out to the blue. You're seeing a lot of teams on rotation out as well. So that's really interesting to see there. I mean, we did see Galatasaray have a real command of the north side for quite a while there, but somehow just weren't able to get those damage turned into knocks. And maybe that's where those 12 eliminations came from. They were all Galatasaray knocks.
Yeah, as well, Slytherin ended up getting those points, question mark, and also while Pixie, they do have high damage numbers, but that was because, of course, they were contesting a lot of those teams on their rotations as well. So that is where the other damage comes from. As we said, hopefully that will be enough, though, with Rook to boost him up to second position. It is going to be to that 17 mark. 1 point difference as Digital Athletics go down to third, but it is going to be now 3 teams with that big separation. Denzi Bank, Nice Bank, Wildcats are going to be at the mercy of all of the rest of the teams below them on that leaderboard. Nice to see. I think also Slytherin going to be there up on the left side of the leaderboard. MIR still clinching into that left side with their good performances they had at the start of the first day. However, it's definitely getting a little bit sketchy with the likes of Pain Ladies. They're also looking to contest the left side.
Yeah, they are just a little bit here. I mean, Pain did have, that top 9 position there. They have drifted apart just a little bit, but it has been a couple of kind of nasty games for them. They've done their best, but there's the zone's not been on their side, or there's been somebody in their way there. As we look at the top 5 eliminations, we do see Tofi still on top, but Bazumi sneaking up, actually taking over Sima as well as Sonya coming in onto that 5th place there. So we are seeing some changes after that win, Wolf.
Indeed, is a couple more of those Rook members are boosting themselves up into that top 5, and of course, there even the side of Sima moving down. I think Sima definitely moved up into that first place for a moment because of that big game they had right in the first match of Erangel. But Toffee is definitely their big eliminations player for the squad. No surprise still to see them up with 19 total for now. It is look to see if some of these other teams, maybe like Slytherin, can also make their way up into that top side of the leaderboard of the top 5 eliminations. I think that they definitely another one of those squads. Yeah, they're only in 8th position, but they're definitely very elimination favored in their type of play.
Yeah, absolutely, and I think you are going to start seeing this kind of become a thing, right? They're going to start being the same sort of teams coming in here and being part of that top elimination, because these are where the heavy hitters are.
Look, we'll have to see if they can hit just as hard in our third map of Sanhok, which will be just after a short breakaway. Welcome everyone back here to the third match of the second day here with Group B at the Pmmi World Mid-Season Showdown. My name is Harlan Fulf and I'm joined, of course, as always, by Nebtura. We are going to be jumping straight into Sanhok Nebtura. It's a clean playing path. All of these teams are dropping down. Where are we looking in terms of the beginnings of this game?
Oh, we're looking pretty easy, pretty nice and chill at the moment. These teams are already landed. They're already good. I don't see necessarily any... I see one hot drop here over by Pine Mountain. We got two different teams over there. But it does look like, for the most part, we're going to have a fairly quiet start to the game. Hang on. No, we got two hot drops. I've just seen that actually up in Hot 10 as well. There are two different teams there. So early action, but apart from that, we are looking fairly decent for a nice chill start to the game. Hopefully we'll continue to see how this evolves with the new zone. Should be coming up fairly soon.
Yeah, and we see no real team, I think, looking to contest each other. Of course, there is always the MIR versus Slytherin deal here up in Hartin, but this zone is again going to go towards mainly the main island of Sanhok here, but it is a little bit on towards that bottom left island, should I say, there with Painan the separator. Also Painan, KYS, and also is that NTX, I believe it might be down there as well, contesting each other.
It is indeed, I'm pretty sure. We also got Slytherin and MIR up here. I think you just said that, if I'm not mistaken. The zone could possibly go down to the south, and that would be really cool for Cave, I think. Just to be evil, you know.
Oh, Cave. You know, I've never had a zone ending Cave.
Really?
Or a game ending Cave. If you have a game ending Cave, I've never actually seen it on a broadcast, actually. I think maybe surely I've seen it once. Maybe once,
like around
rotating
Cave.
through it. Yeah, like I've seen definitely the hills around Cave for sure. Like we had a couple of the end zones be around Cave, and never actually inside a cave if we ended.
No, not quite.
That's what I want. I want cool. Now a cave. You baited me into like a really cool location to Sanhok, and if I could just mind control the zone over there to the south, like I would be whispering in its ear right now.
Absolutely, that'd be so much fun. Gosh, that would be great. I think that's going to be our new oasis now. We have an oasis on the Sandhawk, everybody, and that is Cave. But I thought that was a third party there for a second. No, it's not. It's just we've switched sides now. So MIR looking to potentially just get out of here. I think we saw this on Monday as well. MIR not super duper keen on an engagement so early on in town here. They look to be kind of moving outside of that. So we'll see how that goes for them.
Slytherin as well are a little bit more aggressive, I think, in terms of moving MIR out of this zone, and I like the way with Slytherin were pushing a little bit towards the early on stages here as MIR did begin to loot up. They came a bit closer to Slytherin and they did aggress them and punish them for that, so they sort of pushed them away from this location, and as a result MIR are going to need to look elsewhere now for some more loot a bit sooner. NTX, unfortunately, it is just a luck of a draw. They do end up around Galatasaray always seem to be getting these early eliminations into their pockets, and NTX are going to be the sufferer for this one.
Yeah, that is unfortunate, Crystal. I think going down to KYS there, if I'm not mistaken, but I'm not sure where KYS are. So I think maybe still in Painan, somewhere like
Painan.
that.
Yeah, it will be, yeah.
I think that was it, yeah. So unfortunate, but you know what? NTX still have a trio that's plenty doable on a map like Sandhawk, and I hope they can use this to their advantage and try and maybe sneak in with fewer members to kind of maneuver. Maybe they'll go in their favor this time.
Pain Lady is also navigating this more easterly coastline, looking to, I think, see these teams continue to quietly loot themselves up. I think Sanhok has been one of those games where they do tend to stay away from the center of zone, which is obviously the difference between Erangel and Miramar, because it is such a volatile map and it can end up being so dangerous and moving into the center so quickly. So I do like this change up that these ladies are making in both groups for Sanhok so far. Watch me now, be eating my words, as they'll all go center circle by stage 3 after this game. But yeah, that's how it usually goes, right? But I'm hoping that they'll continue to loot up, get the equipment on board. But you can also get your code on board in game. If you just put in that code right on your screen, you should be able to get 300 free UC. But there's only one. You gotta be the first to do it.
Yeah, you gotta be quick. I mean, I don't know how many there are of you in chat right now, but you're not going to be able to do it after the live stream ends because I'm sure somebody will have grabbed it. So go ahead and do that while you still can. Well, Pixies, hang on, MIR making this push. Very nice so far.
Yes, Slytherin have been very aggressive here, but MIR, they came back, and you can see with Slytherin, they looked like they were trying to make this big wraparound play, but MIR took advantage of that while they were in the rotation. So Slytherin now losing QSE up onto towards the north side. The 2 back members are here now. They will be able to find one here and finish them off, but they need to get towards these other Slytherin members. They need to push MIR away. You cannot lose 2 of your members of your team this early on. It's now Farka, moving back towards the end side, looking to punish some of these revives of their own. Has been spotted out, but has the angle, gets one in as they all jump across the window. This could be the opportunity. Looks for a second, dips back down, gets the second. Indeed, almost a triple for them. Slytherin, they need to get in here. They need to finish off the last.
Oh, they can't. They have to just take the one revive and get in there as soon as possible. They cannot afford for all three of those players to get up there. And I think that's what they're knowing that they're going to try and get into this. Oh, but she's taking the long way around. I don't quite. Oh no, it was the hole in the wall getting done, and
no.
Slytherin done. Oh, a valiant effort by them, but unfortunately that hole in the wall, that little grid, little bit of decorative something or other, I think they're going to want to get the architect who designed that and kind of yell at him for a little bit, because that was their undoing.
Look, I mean, MIR, though, on the other hand, they needed these points. They were looking like, after this game, another bad result. That's them down to the right side of that leaderboard. And getting those 4 points, crucially also keeping 3 players alive in that fight that did look super sketchy for them, is also going to be so important, as we said, moving into the later rotations.
Super important, and very, very well done to them to only lose one in that close range fight when they could have gone down to a solo there. So to keep 3 still alive is really, really good result for them. So big GGs going their way, but I think, Wolf, we're starting to see Sandhawk come into play here in terms of the time taken to actually get into that action, because we already have quite a few things going on, and looking at that leaderboard, there's a lot of damaged players out there.
Yeah, Goatia versus Digital Athletics. You can see this solo player on the front. Go Valkyries are trying to find a way to support Gristo, but there really just isn't a way to support Gristo. And you can see with Digital Athletics, that building almost acting as a blockade for Digital Athletics in a way to be able to make that move. But a bit of a wider rotation. O'Daddy able to punish one of the wider mistakes there from Digital Athletics. Gristo still staying alive actually as well. Even more important is they're now able to get
Are you good? Hello? Are you back? Yeah. Okay, you're back.
Apologies for that. We looked like we had a bit of a disconnection on our side for the casters, but we are back once again, and it is Gristo still alive. Somehow they are the one that is alive in Go Valkyrie's team, but TPS also struggling a little bit because they are not alive. As the rest of Brute Force, Ad Astra, Samina, it has come time to be the end of Sandhawk for TPS, as they will pick up their 4 eliminations. A clean sweep, not losing a single.
Yeah, this is a great start for Brute Force here off the back of that 3rd place in the last game. They've got 4 points on the board already, and they're looking now towards KYS Virtue here, Arctica on board here, but Digital Athletics will not be in the top 3 this time around. They go out in 14th place with a few points though.
Yeah, KYS, Delicia, and maybe just another fight. Straight off the back, that nade almost hits both of them to death. Brute Force Ad Astra, though, they will lose one as KYS look to have run them over in the elimination feed. Is KYS Virtue, they're moving around here, separating, trying to find a pick, but they are very split. So if one of the Virtue members falls, this could be very dangerous very quickly for them. However, Brute Force haven't been able to manage this so far. The rest of KMG also looking to be oppressed by the Denny's Band's Wildcats. A single player in this barn, or edge of barn, should I say, buildings. And unfortunately, they're very sandwiched here between question marks as well.
Yeah, that's really unfortunate because it does look like Question Mark have literally just arrived. So Protasovska has left, or not really left. It kind of missed the opportunity there to get across that road. She's kind of have to now. As long as she can stay quiet, she should be okay. But I think they already know where she is.
Yeah, oh no, but such a mistake. I think KMG, do not make that move, do not make any sound, just hide in that building. Allow Question Mark to be under the full sense of control of this series of buildings and then execute one as they would come through. And Bennett, you can at least get one, maybe elimination point, if not start to fight on your terms. ZTX will be eliminated there by, I believe, Bonfire Female, as they do pick up the 2 eliminations for themselves. But yeah, KMG, a big blunder there, I'm surprised.
Yeah, I think maybe her thinking in that way was the Wildcats were at her. So, Question Mark can't actually put much of an angle onto her because of the Wildcats looking over towards them. But still, yeah, I probably would have tried to keep quiet myself. But we'll see how that turns out for her. At the moment, the Wildcats are crowding around. So, you know, the problem is that they will also know that she's there now. So a difficult one to kind of determine. But what's not difficult is that 300 you sit. First come, first serve. And I think you're going to want to get that because I know some of y'all tried to get that succeed. So maybe another 300 will be your lucky day to get it. So go ahead and get that. You see why you still can.
Yeah, they hopefully are going to get it. Indeed, is here Question Mark going to still be sat, not going to be moving forward to KMG because they know, of course, as she said, right, Denise Van Wildcats are here on the other side of this compound. The zone has moved in very slightly down towards that southeasterly location, so it will have to make this move here. I think Question Mark, they could decide to make this immediate rotation. I won't be surprised if they hold off until the blue zone does begin to move in, because they know with this solo player behind them, they don't want to get surprised. The East Bank Wildcats are also there, already moved in. So if they did do their homework as well and the information further forward, Galatasaray, they may even know are there. So it is going to be more sensible just to be able to play on the edge as long as possible.
Yeah, definitely. I do not want to be on the Quarry side at all. I think Pain are starting to move in, but they're not going as far as Kampong here. So there's definitely an opportunity for MIR and KYS to actually move in onto that west-eastern side, rather. Try and go up that coastline and then up over those hills. I think that's actually a little bit of a stumble from some of those teams to that side and not really look towards that hill at all, because surely they know that that's no longer, it's not being used right now. It's available. No!
MIR, they've hit a tree. This is not the point. You need to be able to get past those trees. You do not want to be stuck here. But thankfully, KYS Virtue, they have not been able to punish them just now. They only come into the situation now. They're trying to avoid being spotted. And now as they come out of the vehicle, you need to blow them up. In the time that they were there were 3 people in one vehicle. I think they might have been better actually just trying to shoot a vehicle and blow it up before they arrived. They didn't manage it. Now they're going to be in a bit of a pickle here. Liot, is there alive? Sure, but how much realistically longer are we going to be alive for? I'm really not sure. I mean, Pain, we are putting some work in here. That's going to be double elimination. But we might have just saved Leon. That's going to be the third. Leon needs to heal and allow Pain to just finish up these eliminations. Yeah, sure, you're not going to be able to get those eliminations total. Oh, they're even going to try them. No, they fell for the eliminations. Why? They could have just survived, but they got too greedy.
I mean, with 5 eliminations, it's fine. But as the minute she did that, I was like, please, no, do not peek that. You saw what happened to KYS. They are looking straight at you, and she still went for it. So, GG's there. Got saved by the bell just a little bit, but unfortunately not enough. So, Pain now up to 5 eliminations, and KYS still alive as a solo. She's managed to stay alive in that fight. So, very well done there.
Rook going to be looking here at the Denny's Banks Wildcats, as they have made also their move down into this zone. It's almost going to be stage 4 now, and I'm curious to where that zone will shift. There is a few teams up still playing on the edge, particularly you can see Question Mark have now moved up towards the quarry. Galatasaray have been here a very long time. They don't maybe have as many smokes, but certainly looks like Toffee has the nades to play. You want to have these nades on. We know what Toffee can do if given the opportunity. That's going to be the only smoke that they have put down. Maybe even drawing in Question Mark here towards that smoke, as they will take the vehicle, retreat actually a little bit here, reposition with the rest of their team.
Yeah, just a little bit. It's nice to see kind of a little bit more of a smaller rotation coming in from Galatasaray. That's what's really nice about them. They do only as much as they need to. They don't overdo it. They don't underdo it. It's just right. So very nicely done. Excuse me, here with Question Mark. Question Mark, I think, are taking the wrong angle to this. They don't have to take this fight at all, really. They could go ahead and take a smaller or longer rotation, rather, over to the north side. But I understand why they're kind of doing this, because this is where that hillside is. I just would have liked to see maybe a little bit of a very quick, longer rotation up to the north side and then try and cut off Galatasaray here, rather than going uphill and fighting them uphill.
Galatasaray going to be moving their way just a little bit towards that zone. I think that's a smart decision here. Yeah, sure, you can definitely cordon off the rest of Question Mark for now. You can slow them down, but this zone with this fight, it is going to be a bit difficult. I think slowing them down definitely just makes the most sense to give the blue a bit of pressure for them to have to deal with. We're still having, as we know, Galatasaray in front. The Nicebank Wildcats are also going to be popped here from Payne. Another long shot. I will not be surprised if Payne end up on that longest elimination later.
Oh, absolutely. Payne have set themselves up very nicely. I believe that's that hillside that is just on the other side of Kampong there. And that's interesting. Bonfire still here as well, just below them. So not quite alone is Payne at the moment, but it doesn't matter. No. It is going to be Elem getting taken down there. The Wildcats need to sort something out. Don't over-peak it, but they also have to keep pushing in, and they are going to leave their teammates behind if they can. If the trees don't be their public enemy number 1, we'll have to see how they make it, but they're going straight towards Bonfire here.
Yeah, I think it has hit another rock there as well, and that's why you just see another one fall into the elimination feed, another knock through for them. They really are not doing so great. As Galatasaray have now also, I think, suffered a bit here, as they might have just gave Question Mark a bit too much room. I definitely think I like the idea of keeping the pressure with the blue and keeping a Question Mark back a little, but as they did move back outside of those buildings, I think Question Mark pushed up a bit more, and you can see the punishment coming through there. Unfortunately, also, Wildcats just really struggled getting picked off by Payne, then Bonfire, Female, and yeah, you can see that they will fall down there next in 12th overall total.
Still not a bad result for them. 3 eliminations. It is points on the board. That's always a good sign. You got this teams like TPES and unfortunately NTX as well. Wild Pixies here going into the next Miramar without any points at all from this game. So it's difficult. It sure is. But you know what? We are still teams that really need these points. Get a lot of them. Payne just been put down onto the right-hand side. They needed points. They're back there as we speak at the minute. KMG, they're only a solo, but they do have 2 points on the board, and they are now within placement point range. Unfortunately, I just jinxed them, and that's Tofita going in and DBSing KMG to death there. So 3 eliminations for them, but it is not going to be quite enough. But we are going to be seeing Galatasaray moving down here. They've got only 2. If they can get this knock off. No, they cannot. They're instead going to go straight on down, and we're seeing none of it. This is all happening elsewhere as we are on board with Question Mark. They only are a solo right now. It only is Asu, but she can get these knocks in. Brute force in the open here.
Oh, you're going to get both? They're going to be able to grab a double elimination. That's crucial for Asu. They're going to be able to grab now themselves also a rock, a position inside of the zone to call a bit of safety, at least for the meantime. But outside of the zone, completely not safe, is still Bonfire Female. They have a long distance in here. Yes, there are weakened teams around them, but you cannot deny that the big contender here, Rook, still a full squad, are looking down on them. You've got the solos with the compounds, who will be safe to still fire somewhat onto Bonfire Female. This really isn't a comfortable position coming downhill for them.
No, it really isn't. Pain now, yeah, they do have a trio, now down to a duo as of all teams, or players rather, from GOAT, managing to get that, but they do get eliminated in the end, so it does look like a little bit of a surprise eliminate or not to get into that compound there. But Rook, we haven't seen anything from Rook, and yet here they are, full squad inside the new zone now. Are we about to see an actual back-to-back here?
Question mark, very low, though. It had to be an absolute outplay. Rook is going to be able to finish that one off, as it will be Asu falling in to the number 4 spot. Bonfire Female still waiting, holding on. They're trying to survive as long as possible, but it is only now 3 teams remaining. The blue zone, you can see, is so close to engulfing them. Right on the edge as it stopped for 30 seconds. Some respite, but it's not going to be for long. You can see even just dipping into that Bludium how quickly their health falls at stage 7. They need to make a move. They need to do something. Pain realistically is their angle to move in. However, without Rook and without Pain fighting, there really is no hope for Bonfire Female.
No, absolutely not. I love this push by Pmmi. Oh, no. Beautiful name coming in from Desi there. Oh my goodness. But Pmmi is now inside zone. She is that part there. Oh, but Rook getting the final elimination over on to that player there. So now it is down to 1 with a new knock. I think that is going to be them out. Yes. But 3rd place, 6 eliminations. Not too shabby at all.
Yeah, Rook Dreamcore, they're coming back around here, looking for Pain, but they managed to lose one, unfortunately, on the back end. And now, Rook Dreamcore, they're trying to find these angles for Pain. They have such a fortification going on here, and without being able to get those smokes in, without being able to get those grenades into the window, you really can't damage Pain all that much. One will be going through there. You're looking for the second, but the angle just isn't there overall. They're both outside the zone. Rook should be able to keep Pain out at bay for now. You have even the vision coming through from Sonya of it. They're going to roll the nade in. That's going to be Cesar going down, and now it's only one. Sarah will fall, and Rook, you said it. You said they could get the back-to-back. Would they get it? Well, yes, they will. It's a double win now, and a big performance coming through from Rook.
It absolutely is. A phenomenal game there played by Rook. I mean, Pain held on super duper well. Those compounds are notoriously hard to defend. However, Rook coming in there, Pmmi's rotation into zone behind cover, so at least she had a foot in zone. The rest of them fending off Bonfire before making their move. Pain somehow allowing them in with difficulty, but allowing them in nonetheless. I think moving up and getting into Bonfire's position there enabled Rook to come back down the hill there. And so it was just a really, really well-played, very tough final circle there. So GG's there.
Yeah, I like the patience that Rook had, right? They didn't get sucked into the fight with Pain. They didn't get sucked into the fight with Bonfire Female as much as Bonfire wanted them to start the fight with Pain, especially for their advantage. I think it really was the zone it took away Bonfire, and then Pain, yeah, as you said, it really was a difficult position to control. And as soon as that zone went away, it really was just Rook defending that zone and gatekeeping him off.
Yeah, it really was a very, very well-deserved win by Rook there, but Bonfire did super well. I think Pain did excellent there. They had been falling down a little bit in the last couple of matches, but that Sandhawk, again, doing wonders for teams who tend to have an off day or whatever, so they're looking really good there. Interestingly as well, Digital Athletics not able to sneak into the top 3 this time round, but still a good result for most of the teams here. I think we saw most of these team in back to the lobby with at least 3 eliminations. So I think even if it hadn't gone the way they really wanted it to, it's still been a decent performance.
Yep, it has been a decent performance in there, as we'll see one more time. Rook Dream Core, they're at 19 points, so 16 before and 19 now. They've always been consistent overall, I think, and as we said through these last 8 games, I'm really looking forward to what this team can do in the next 2 games, and through, you've got to imagine now, if not even the later stages of the tournament, if they have to fight through more earlier on, what they can do there.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm super excited to see what these girls have to offer us as we get into the other phases. The way they're playing now, though, I don't think we'll see them for a couple of weeks. This could definitely be a finalist team we're looking at straight off the bat. I mean, with 19 points, with Galatasaray not doing as well as they might have hoped, they're in second place at the moment. They could definitely make it to first here.
Yeah, getting into that finals already with the potential for getting access to the $7,000 prize pool and 80,000 UC credits at the end, it only come into the finals. That's definitely something you want to be able to do, and also be able to prepare and study with looking at all the other teams without giving your own strategies away. That's also a crucial point that maybe goes amiss here, but is actually very important into keeping that sense of, well, if teams don't know how to play against us as much, we know how to play them against them, and we can capitalize that and have that advantage.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think there's one other point or rather advantage to going into finals right now, is you don't have to control your mentality when it comes to these long tournaments, right? If you're playing 2 days and then you're in finals in 2 weeks' time, you're not playing every weekend and maintaining points throughout, a bunch of games and trying to be consistent and trying to do this and trying to do that. You're already good. So you can back fresh and confident and ready to go, where some of these other teams might be feeling a little drained by the time the finals roll around.
Yeah, exactly, and that's definitely the longer format, that if teams have to play for longer, they are going to be naturally more fatigued, whether the team feels it with the momentum and with the team synergy or not. The longest distance elimination, of course, we kind of expected it to be a team pain, to be honest, with the amount of range that they were shooting people from, but it is going to be 235 meters for them, moving themselves into the second position there behind Rook, and also third, Bonfire Female. I think one of the best performances we've seen from them so far in this tournament.
Yeah, very, very nicely done by them. And Brute Force as well, with 10 points total there, doing some really good stuff. I think these teams really needed these points as well as they've been doing today. I think Brute Force have been doing very well. I think these teams really wanted that extra boost, and we're seeing that for a lot of these teams, because if you look on the right hand side, 10th through 16th, a lot of those teams are actually in our top 5, so they did not have as good of a game, and so we're seeing a lot more of those points getting a little bit closer together now.
Yeah, and that's all down to things such as MIR as well, taking down Slytherin, another one of those teams who were building up that momentum to coming into, as you said, that kind of top 5 spot that we were looking at now in that 8th position coming into this game. Goat Valkyries as well, another one of those teams that I think had been on the downcline, and now they're able to rise themselves up with those 7 points they gained here in Sanhok. As we move into the player focus, so it is going to be the Rook Sonya here in the first position, 5 eliminations and 835 damage done. No 1,000 damage bells ringing here, unfortunately, for ourselves, Nature, but there is a lot of shared damage overall.
Oh yeah, there is absolutely a lot of shared damage. And it's nice to see Gristo in here. We did see her with that surprise knock on to Pain when they pushed that compound. So some good stuff there. Interesting that she is on this leaderboard with only 2 eliminations. So kind of shows you that, again, we are seeing those teams on top really dominating the space when it comes to those eliminations.
Yeah, also I think Stacey as well, being up into that 4 elimination points, we kind of hinted as well. I think especially Liot, I believe we saw Liot earlier on in the first day having that top 5 eliminations alongside some of the big names like Toffee, for example, in there. So getting down 5 in this game, I'm curious to see where that puts maybe Liot in the top 5 standings. If she isn't in there after this game, I suspect she still will be there, very close to being in the top 5.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that's fair to say that in those overalls, she might be 6th or 7th, something like that. We go to the elimination / damage though, and Brute Force taking a few more kills than their damage suggests there, so some nice awareness of their surroundings coming in from them. Slytherin, on the other hand, doing a whole lot of damage there for only 1 elimination.
Yeah, 1 elimination is unfortunate. I think you really see that based on the fight they had with MIR, should I say, and how MIR were able then to capitalize off of those 4 eliminations. I think a lot of their damage also came down to that fight with Slytherin, and they were just able to survive until the later portions of the game. Brute Force also, I think, ran into a bit of problems. Yeah, sure, they got 8 eliminations, but getting down from that ridge line with Pain shooting at them, they had, I think, about 4 knocks before they finally gave up on the 2 players, and then just decided to send it, ran into troubles with the vehicles, got eliminated by Bonfire Female there in 3rd, who were able there to take up their points, and especially at the end of the elimination and damage numbers. And then you also have, of course, Rook and Pain. No surprise with the amount of fighting at the end.
Yeah, not at all. As we go into our next slide, which will be endings. Here we go, and Rook Dreamcore gonna be taking that top spot from Galatasaray by 10 whole pointer Roonies. That's quite a bit there. And Digital Athletics, they didn't have that top 3, but they were able to secure their 3rd place for a little bit longer. Now, I'm really curious to see how Galatasaray will react to this. Is this them just playing it cool as long as they have number 1? And now that they've lost number 1, are they going to be coming back in these last 2 games?
Yeah, I'm really curious to see if they can do it. It was Game 4 and Game 5 that Galatasaray, in Day 1, were able to come back and get so many points through. Digital Athletics as well, that was in Game 5, that they also had such a big win, and I think to see them still in that 3rd position with their win earlier today, keep in mind on our angle, we know what we can do when we get back to game number 5. Denise Bank Wildcats, I think, have been the one out of the top 4 that have been slipping a right? And I think that we want to see a bit more of them as Brute Force and Astra do come up very close now behind them. The top 5, there is going to be still our top teams, going to be only the top 3 teams now, as it will be the 2 Rook members siding up towards the top there, but Toffee still maintaining her lead with the 21 eliminations. I mean, that is a serious amount, considering especially Galatasaray were struggling a little bit so far today. He has not been when it comes to taking down.
Yeah, no, it absolutely is the case there. So just goes to show you kind of domination that Galatasaray have been able to put forward, that she's still on top. And Seema is still here in top 5 after a fairly, for them, a bad game, for them. Emphasis on for them there. But, it's interesting. I really am curious to see if we will be seeing them come back fighting in this Miramar. Not that they've been because I think what killed them was that hesitation. I know how difficult it is to actually push up there, but honestly, I think they allowed the other team to get that revive going, and that's what ended up killing them, because that was a beautiful push in the beginning there. They had that distraction. Cat Veins, I thought, oh, she's just stuck behind a rock. Galacticos have this one. They're in the advantage. And then all three of them just suddenly appear at that wall. So that was a really, really good play from them. They should have worked. I think they just waited a little too long. So that's a shame, but Galacticos, the damage was done by the Lionesses anyway, and on that rotation into the Galacticos out there, my goodness me, we're already down to 13 teams. It's all going off now.
Fenerbahce really in a bit of a pickle, as they only have the Rock to call their name, but they do have the zone. They have a bit of control here with the road to help act as a sort of defense to block out these teams roaming in on that eastern flank. White also looking to step further forward from the north, have met now the rest of Inception. The last remaining player, I do believe here, will be taken down. Won't be a problem here for White, as they'll move themselves up to 7 elimination points and back to a quick revive, because they need to get in that zone. 1 minute will be moving forwards, and if you get caught by the stage 6 zone, should I say, you really do not have any option other than to run.
No, you really don't. Big GG's to PNCR here for finishing in 11th place when they should have been out in 16th. So she managed to survive and get her team 5 more placement positions, not necessarily points, but positions, so good on her. I think White are in a really good position to do very well here, as long as they can get inside that zone, which hopefully won't be too much of an issue for them. Regnum Karya have been a really quiet team so far, only 1 elimination, and they do have H2K to get through, as well as Onyx, so we'll have to see how they end up doing that. At the moment, it looks like they are going to be taking the H2K and move out, and I think that's going to be a spray down. If she doesn't get them, somebody else will. Yeah, Onyx is going to be... No, it is Bambi, actually, to grab that. So GG's. That's going to be 3 eliminations just like that from the one. Kasich, though, they're over here on this ridge side. They have to get in. I think they've got it the worst out of everybody here. They've got a big old ridge. They're downhill, a long way from zone, and several teams in the middle of them.
Yeah, before you is an absolutely horrible position. You can see the danger of being the team maybe too early into the middle of the action. It's going to be a widely open zone here to finish this off, so that vehicles really do play an important part in the fight. The smoke's now running out for a lot of these squads. You've got to use those vehicles as the wall, the shield, to keep you alive. Kazakhs do find 1 knockdown. It will, though, be picked up there by EG, as they will take down Ice Pack. White also falling alongside Onyx, as Kasich looking like they will be taking 2 of the rest of the Onyx squad, so pushing down towards that southern end. Meanwhile, Lakers also in some difficulty.
Eagle might just have an opportunity here if they can kind of get rid of B4 here. Make sure that the other team behind them, Kasich, I think that is, B4 is gone. If they can make sure Kasich actually move in on the other side of zone, they may actually have an opportunity here. Beautiful onto Lakers. If they can just get those 2 to start fighting and then sneak in on their own, or maybe do a third party, that would be really nice. But it looks like they've kind of jumped the gun on this one. They've already got that knock onto Lakers. They don't have that element of surprise, but they still could get a deal of it.
Ooh,
this girl,
unfortunately, Eagles are just too good. They will be taking another knock, but the knocks mean nothing at the end of the day if you can't get out of that dip. I mean, they need to now find a bit of a push here. They need to find something to be able to walk up into this zone. As they are outside of it, they're going to feel the pressure now as stage 6 will engulf so many of these squads, and you will now see them make those quicker rotations in, look to try to dash with the vehicles, use them as a blockade. Will be met also by the rest of Kasich Limerence. Eagles have got to step out of vehicles, they've got to fight, but they've already lost 1. And you can see the pressure is now also behind you. You've got a broken Lakers looking to try attack, but they will all fall to the edge of the blue. Eagle, they do make it in. One more phase for now.
Oh my goodness, that is a very, what a great push. And no, Melzy going down. I think that may possibly be the death knell here, because both these teams either side of them will know that they are down. Might mean a push for them, but very nice little knock. They're going to hold off that team on the left side. Kasich, the only one who might do something, but I think they're a little bit too busy to really care other than getting those pot shots going. Kasich, on the other hand, will be using those nades instead, so that was a beautiful nade coming in. Eagles in a really tough spot here. If they can just survive, they'll have a really, really good game here, but it's being very, very difficult.
Yeah, $1 Million Babies realistically have the opportunity here to walk up to control this zone if they can try to fend off Eagle. Eagle won't be able to do the damage though on to Kazakh Limerence. They will walk forward. They do find, as I say, Lefty still up. The only player here for finds another elimination point, brings him up to 4, but so low after the nade, I don't think they can do it, and it will be their $1 Million Babies to take down one for themselves. Kazakh Limerence up to 6 eliminations, but you can see they've got the zone still to push in. 20 seconds, and here come the $1 Million Babies looking for their $1 Million chicken dinner win in the first game, but Fenerbahce are only going to sandwich them together. There they going down to the final 2. It's 10 eliminations, double-digit game for the Babies here in Erangel. But Fenerbahce are looking to show us why they are such a staple name here in PUBG Mobile. Looking to show us that they can hold their own from the gate.
This is really, really nice from them. I think the $1 Million Babies, they've had a great entry point here. They have that actual high ground. They've moved up along the ridge into zone, so they've had a really good spot to be able to do this. Great knocks to back up that high ground as well. There's another one onto the LM there. Fenerbahce's had a great game at the moment, so either way, the second place or first is just, it's going to be fine. It's going to be good to go, but I think $1 Million Babies are really, really looking for it. Beautiful aggression coming in, just pinning them down. Here comes the car we know and love so well, right over, getting that rundown, and it is going to be the $1 Million Babies getting the first winner chicken dinner of this evening. A great turnout for them.
That's how you do. When you got the money, you had the car to expend, and you just run over for the victory with the vehicles. They grab their first chicken dinner here of the tournament and out of the first game here in Group B. They looked a bit subdued. They looked a bit quiet throughout that first half of the game, but boy, did they come alive, Niptura, at the end of those final stages.
Yeah, beautifully done. I mean, I think that's pretty much textbook ending for them there. You know, that kind of aggression. They put Fenerbahce into a corner. They backed them up. They got those knocks. They made them kind of scurrying around trying to get on that defensive side, gave them no opportunity to be aggressive whatsoever, and then provided that cover some more while they got that car in there to do the run over and just cause all kinds of chaos. That was a very, very, very well done game there from them. Very nicely done. And 23 points to show for it. Not bad.
Yeah, a strong start here coming through from the $1 Million Babies, and I think it was a team that we sort of had a bit of a question mark. They were new players. They had Kitty, yes, on their roster, but Kitty was a part of a squad that finished 19th. I'm really happy, actually, with seeing how they played, and as you said, not only the victory, but the way that they moved into those final stages, right, and the way that they were able to keep control of that zone, because it was a tough zone, and you saw even the likes of Kazakh with those strong players that we know from previous seasons, and also Fenerbahce, a team organization that we know is a part of a staple of PUBG Mobile by now, still come to the end, and they still were able to take these squads down.
Yeah, beautifully done on both sides. I think Fenerbahce had a great game as well. I mean, 8 eliminations at a second place, not bad either. Yeah, I think it really comes down to just kind of what they had going, that high ground that they were able to keep a hold of. I think a lot of teams would have loved that, but that zone was so difficult, that final circle, super duper difficult for them. and for any team, because it was so open, because you had teams on both sides very close to you, you had to have super awareness, super reactions, and they did super duper well with that. So very well done there. But I think all 5 of those teams did a really, really good job of getting in there and kind of struggling to, get that spot as best they could. Even if they didn't succeed, they did a very good job at it.
Yeah, I really think that it came down to the organization, the team play. I actually really liked as well the Eagles rotation in. They were able to fend off a few of those teams that you thought would maybe have a better position moving in right to the end game. They did take it to actually Kazakh Limerence, who were then damaged enough to fall down to third. I think definitely Eagles did play a part there in the $1 Million Babies getting that win. But it was Idiot who were able to take down Fenerbahce and take the final chicken dinner for themselves. As we move on to the match standings here, Nevtura, I am curious to see how the points look after that first game. And it will be, yes, a slight lead, but no surprise to see, actually, I think a lot of these teams taking those fights and keeping the scoreboard even, similar to what we saw yesterday.
Yeah, absolutely. I think we're definitely seeing a little more of the teams actually getting more eliminations per team. So the top 4 have loads, Eagles as well, and then it kind of dwindles quite. The first game yesterday, a lot of teams with 0, but those kills are more spread out amongst the teams. So interesting to see that little difference there. But honestly, White coming in with the 3 eliminations right off the get-go pretty much. They had 1, then 2, 3, and then they climbed up their way to 10 total eliminations there. I think it was a really good game from White. It was a good game from all these teams, honestly. I think everybody, except for a couple of the, kind of onto the left side, the right side, rather, I think a lot of these teams had some excellent results here today.
Yeah, and I think as we take a look now at the player focus, no surprise, I think, to see the $1 Million Babies up there, but actually Raz for 7 eliminations so far already, just in this one match alone. You look back towards yesterday, right, Nevtura, we cast our minds back to the top kills or eliminations, I say, by the end of 5 matches. It was sitting around 12, 13 or so. That's already half of the eliminations out of 5 matches on the previous group in just one game done here by Razfa.
Yeah. That's an insane result. And I do remember Razdva from the previous seasons, and she kind of did the same sort of thing. So this is just another day at the office for her, and I'm super excited to see, does she continue this through the next 4 games? I mean, it's entirely possible that, this could be the heavy hitter game, and then they're going to just play it chill for the next few games. But I'd like to see her continue at least to make those numbers climb just a little bit more. It'd be fun to see.
Yeah, as we check out the eliminations and the damage as well, a very even split. It was what we were kind of expecting on the terms of the damage chart, much higher damage than you might be used to in other tournaments, but still, it was those top teams topping the damage charts. Kazakh Limerence overall with the 16-12. It's going to be a ways. I'm hesitant to see that we'll get a game with the highs of 2,800 damage like we had yesterday, but it's still very normal for the ladies here to go around the 1,500 mark.
It very much is. So, nice, consistent day game for them. I do see some stealing from $1 Million Babies, though. That elimination count is higher than their damage count, so that's kind of sus. Take your own kills, but you know what? No, take everybody else's kills as well. It's fun to steal.
Look, we'll have to take ourselves to a short break, but afterwards we'll be back with Miramar. We'll see you soon.
think it's time for both of us to kind of just move
Welcome back, everyone, here to the PMEWL mid-season showdown. Myself, Hannah Wolf, and Neptura to the left of me. We just came off of $1 Million Baby's hot Erangel win for the first game of Group B. Now we're going to the even hotter map of Miramar. Neptura, what can we expect coming from what we've seen yesterday?
Yep. Hello. I've been muted this entire time. Apparently it's just game 2, because this happened yesterday. Game 2 didn't help. It wasn't good. Anyway, hi everybody. I've been talking this whole time. It's been fun. I'm just saying, sniping I'm looking for on Miramar, but also I think it's going to be a little bit more of a passive game coming in here. But you know what, Wolf, I've been talking enough. Whether or not chat could hear me is an entirely different matter. You go ahead. What are your thoughts on Miramar? I think we've got.
Oh, there we go.
Oh, there we go.
So, yeah, I had to. I blame you for this one because I had to mute to ask you. So now we've done it both. And like you've taken me down. That's true. You've done it to us both.
You're welcome.
But now that we got the formalities out the way, I was gonna say that I think, in my professional opinion, I would love to say that it's a cool map. It's a cool map. But also, professionally, I think it's about the rotations. The rotations, like I said yesterday, emphasize enough how important it is for these teams to make sure they are rotating on time, they have the informed decisions of where they need to go based on the zone. We talked about it already on our angle, but it's even more important. It's more amplified on Miramar. Yes, because of the size, it's going to be bigger, but also because there's a lot more terrain differential in Miramar.
Absolutely, and I think we touched on this a little bit yesterday as well, in just that those rotations are also going to be a lot slower just because of the terrain and how bumpy it is. But it's starting, speaking of bumpy, it's a bumpy start for White. The team from game 1 that had such a good start, going down fairly early here. White just down to 2 already, and it's actually at the hands of PNCR, who we all know didn't have a good game at all last game. So it's kind of switched the way around here.
Yeah, PNCR, I think, was an unfortunate first game. It happens where they kind of all fell apart in the early stages. They were left to a solo player. Then they sort of just disappeared out of the game at some point in the first match. But you can see that White, they tried to take from Pmmi's Generalis, but actually you can see the split around PNCR. It's just a little bit better here because White are on this 2-2 split. They didn't have the answer or the enough angles to cover to answer back onto PNCR to their push. So they do take down one for now. Mia is in a bit of a precarious position. I do expect if White don't come to defend this, they will lose the secondary member. Could just be the case. I worry if White do try to come in to save them, they might not be able to, and they might lose more members.
Yeah, I think that's a very difficult situation to be in because it's really die if you do and die if you don't. They can't come in to find Mia. They're not going to be able to. They're only 2. Mia's in the middle of them. She's just got to wait this out, and hopefully that PNCR will push and she can deal with them. They can both deal with them. But no, she's a solo either way here for the most part. So it's a very difficult situation for them to be in. PNCR, though, they do know that if they overpush this, if they get overconfident with it, they could very easily lose here. You've got Mia at the front, but you also have the other one in the back who I think probably has a fairly clear sightline onto at least some of these players here. So, yeah, throwables are going to be their best bet.
Yeah, I definitely think that PNCR do not want to get sucked into Mia. They do have the automatic here. Could put out some good damage if they do decide to come closer forward. And you've seen it before, plays where you come in and then the Uzi comes out and then multiple members do fall away. Crazy, moving around one side. I would like them to come around one side each. Be able to sit down as they look to find Mia, and there they go. They will be able to find it. They do come from multiple angles. Mia will fall. It is clean enough. And there comes their third elimination of the second match here. And I did think White had a 2-2 split, but actually you can see it's only now Shera. So White are in the same situation that PNCR were in the first game, and really is not going to be great for them with the size of Miramar. We said how more open it is and how much more you need to rely on the team to be able to split and cover enough of an area on those rotations in.
Yeah, you really do. It's interesting that PNCR have been able to kind of replicate what White did in game 1, even to the point of leaving White to a solo, which is very interesting here. 3 eliminations right off the bat, and plenty of time, plenty of space to heal back up and get up to full health, ready for the next zone that's about to come in. We are going to be seeing zone move in a little bit here, but it's a fairly decent zone. It's pretty much centered up nicely. Everybody's going to have a fair shot of getting in. We did see a few teams up to the north side outside of zone, so they're going to have to move in, and that might get a little spicy, but certainly not for the Lakers down here. They're down in Los Leones. They are chilling big time. You got Futaba here just looting on up a little bit for the Lakers monarchy. There we go. So I think for the majority of these teams, unless we start seeing clashes for locations that are generally more popular, I don't think we're going to see a lot of aggression coming in just yet.
Yeah, and I think this was something that we talked about. I believe it was Rook who were the ones in Los Leones yesterday, where you could look now in day 2 in later phases if these teams come into Los Leones to potentially punish some of the rotations coming out of these teams in these certain compounds. Los Leones is one of those locations where they are going to be very deep into the pit of the city, and the mountains around them, a great opportunity, I think, for teams, if they are confident enough to take it to them, to maybe not only contest in around Los Leones, but maybe also make those earlier rotations in to catch those teams out on those initial first phase rotations.
Yeah, absolutely. Interesting rotation coming in here. This is one of the teams from the north side, and looking very good. Yeah, I gotta have that.
I know, right? We were having a bus moment.
We were. I saw it. It was great.
I'm waiting for the montage reel. Someone please make it at the end of this season. Just add it in. If no one else does it, I swear I'm gonna have to go back through these streams and just pick out specifically only the car faults. Everything else, doesn't matter by the end of the tournament. That's decided. That is set in stone in the past. But the car montage, that's where it's at, Nepture. That's where the memes come from.
It's so true, you know? It doesn't matter how pro you are going to flip your vehicle. You are going to get it stuck on a ridge. It's just going to happen. So we might as well make a montage out of it while we still can, but that opportunity is not here for white, unfortunately, for this game. They do go out in 16th place. It looks like Galactico Sirens getting shot at just a little bit. Not sure who by. I don't think it's by Yakut here, because Celinda doesn't know that they're there. Now she does with that late rotation there, and she's going to be pushing all the way back. But woman moment, oh no, knocked over there by, I think that was Kasich, if I'm not mistaken. But, oh no, Yakut rather. But not looking all that fantastic, as Galactico's got a hole up in this little compound area here. This is their best spot that they have so far until they can get some more. And Pmmi. Yeah. Yep. All right, we are back, everybody. Sorry about that. We had a quick little upset, but it's all good. We're all back and ready to go. PNCR, having made their rotation in here, just a bit still in those 3 eliminations, but it's a good start. We don't need to do that. We don't need to get higher just yet. Well, stage 2. We weren't going all that long stream. We're good to go. At the moment, though, it's going to be on with Yakut, 3 eliminations as well. So we may have missed 1 or 2 tiny little details here with a couple more eliminations for Yakut there, but fine. All good to go there. So Galacticos, rather, still in their own spot. Yakut is everywhere, here, there, and everywhere. And Wolf sounds like he's back in.
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah, I'm waiting. I was gonna say, like, we're just skipping the action, you know. We're getting to the action now. Like in the later points, we just get rid of all that boringness of phase 1 rotations. Who needs to talk about that boring Highland Wolf? No one needs to know about rotations. It's all about the team fights at the later stages. And an interesting zone here in the 3rd shift. It has gone a bit towards that Chumbusera hillside, and I really want to see those teams look to pressure the high ground, because there is a immediate strength on that more westerly end of the zone compared to the east. You do not want to be stuck exiting outside of Los Leones, because that side on the east of that zone is all open space coming outside of that city.
Oh, it is. It absolutely is. One of my very favorite places on Miramar, but it's really fun. Not necessarily fun at this level of play. You know, it's fun in your odd game or what have you, but here, maybe not so much. I do feel for PNCR and H2K, though, they're both outside the zone, and this zone is going to be absolute heck to try and get into. So they're going to have to try very, very hard to get in here. We did lose a women moment as well, unfortunately. We do have KR Lionesses here, though, full squad with 2 eliminations already, so that's a good start from them as well. Lakers down to 2, though, so most of these teams do have a full squad, with the exception of Lakers and Regnum Karya. So looking pretty good there for these the rest of these squads, but you want to see a little bit more passiveness from Lakers in some ways, but you don't want them to go full solo mode, full just sit in a shack mode. That's not going to be good for anyone. Eagles, though, Letty having a little bit of a fall, a little bit of a tumble at the hands of Regnum Karya coming in here, so that's 1 point on the board for them. And yeah, Eagles going to have to lose one fairly early here.
Is that not how you play the game? That's how I play every single one of my PUBG mobile games. You just sit in the shack and you just
solo
wait.
style.
Yeah, That's my style. Who needs a team anyways? Yeah, but it's because I don't have you, Neptune, on my team. That's why. If I had you on my team, then I would have the confidence to run out and die immediately, and then panic and leave it all to you to carry me. This is how you get to the highest elos,
that
right?
sounds right up my
street.
You
have me inflate my elo, like, so I look skilled. I look good, but I'm not actually. Like,
That's really what PUBG is all about. Looking really good at playing the game without actually being all that. I mean, it's looking really good.
Yeah, I'll bring the fashionable, like, new backpack, new car. You bring the actual skill into the game.
Sounds good. Sounds good.
Regular car is here. On the top of the hill, looking towards that Jumasera point, and I like the split as well coming through from Regden. I like that they are trying to keep an eye on the northern entrances on the west side, and of course teams coming in from the south as well. I think that they could maybe put one of those players up a little bit higher towards the top of that hill, just as the ultimate lookout point, because maybe they don't know that there is someone there or not just now, but it would be ideal to make sure that if you are looking to cover that northern side the way that they were looking, you do have the most opportunity to be able to punish teams coming over the top of that ridge.
I just have to say, beautiful zone shift for $1 Million Babies here, I have to say, because look at the way that they're split up here. They've got a nice little group split going on, but look at the angles that Razdva has here. It's a complete 180 from up here on top of this church, one of my very favorite places on the map. But just a great spot, and that zone's super close, so they just have to do the damage, delay a little bit, get as many eliminations, as many knocks as they can, and then move in quickly themselves. So it's a great spot for them.
Reg going to be moving in down towards the bottom of the hill. I'm not really sure if I would agree with this from Regnum Carrier. It looks like a bit of, they lost control up towards the northern side, so they look to have given up the space for an opposing team. Maybe a bit of a mistake here, because now with the zone so small, you're moving in to even more teams up towards the center point. It was always going to be difficult with this zone shift, though. Does cut off a lot of the space with that road. It makes it a lot more difficult for these teams to get across that more open roadside and onto the zone once more. Really looking towards if you can see a bit of control here from the rest of Eagles to stop Regnum, and also you could here up on the far end to stop them coming into this zone.
Yeah, I mean, I would say you could have one of the better places in zone here. The only problem is that, of course, $1 Million Babies are right behind them and could, in the end, have a great angle against them. So you could have to be very careful here. They've got 3 teams to look at, so lots of elimination potential here, but they have to be careful of that backside, as well as, you know, kind of looking towards the new zone where that's going to end up going. But PNC are just getting absolutely obliterated by KR Lionesses over here. Not sure what's happening, and they are eliminated with a nade. Beautiful stuff from Inception as well here. A nade with a third party, perhaps. Can't quite see what's going on there, but that's a big shame. PNCR had a great start, but couldn't quite make it through. Of course, they were the ones that were coming at a disadvantage with having to come into zone. They weren't already in zone, so it could be one of those sorts of issues there. But we did see Onyx just making a full send into zone that way from the south side. So I have to see how that goes for them. But Fenerbahce, and before you, having a little bit of an altercation there.
Yeah, here Inception really feeling the next shift as it has gone further away from them. In Kasich too, going to have to now come outside from, as we said, the more eastern end of Los Leones, and looking to try find a position out of the more open space that the east does have in store for these squads. The more western side, though, also you have to keep in mind that it did go away from the church, so you have a lot of control now for the rest of Yakut and the rest of their team on controlling with that 2-2 split. Realistically, the only ones with the control in this zone on the high ground for now. And it's this battle on the eastern side where the rest of these teams really are fighting it out for.
Yeah, you make a great point there. The control has switched completely into Yakut's hands there on that western side. On the eastern side, Kasich having a really, really tough time to try and get in here. The great little spot by Inception here. Ooh! Maya nearly getting knocked there, but great awareness, kind of knowing where they are. Beautiful coming in there. But that is not from her. I think that's from one of her teammates there. This could be a great push, and with Linus's on that right side, this could be the end of Inception here.
Yeah, Inception looking like the Nage. Just keep on putting him into the dirt. That will be 3 already got in Castle Glimmerance. They cannot miss for now. That will be the first one that they will go wide with. Is Amaya stepping in for the final assassination over the hill. They see them looking now on towards the left flank. They're coming in all together. You want to make this push coordinated, but that is buying time as they set up for the play for Inception to move up, only though into the potential hands of Galactico's Sirens, as they are also on the edge of that eastern side of the zone. They are the ones really with that proper control against all of these teams. Yes, it was the side of Castle Glimmerance finding some eliminations, but there are the bigger fish here of those inside the zone. You can see Eagles making their push as well, trying to slowly find a way into this compound. They need to be quick though in how they settle down. The blue zone only now another minute away, and it has shifted all the way to that eastern side. All of those teams on the west are going to have to make that move now, and it really does look diabolical for so many of them.
Oh yeah, $1 Million Baby is completely messed up by this. Very nice there from FQ. Very nicely played indeed, but already top 7 teams. I mean, that's it. FQ actually coming in clutch there for her team. She's going to be able to get those revives done and dusted. Beautiful rotation from Kasich here to move on the other side of Galacticos up to that south side of the zone there. Very nicely done, but you can see just Onyx and Yakut just barreling down that hill as fast as they can. That's not going to be fun for this duo here. Amaya and Leora, 2 very experienced, well played players. Honestly, they've got some good skill between the both of them, so I think they're going to be okay for now. But Onyx not having a good time, and I don't blame them. Look at this angle.
Yeah, this is an absolutely horrible angle here for Onyx to have to fight in. They had the protection before, but with that zone shift, with that move in, Yakut is completely sandwiching them between Kasich, Glimmerance, and Kasich. Meanwhile, trying to get the shots, maybe bite off more than he could chew. If Yakut can stall out the play for long enough, they are just trying to hold Yakut on this blue. As the stage does now shift in closer, Yakut now forced in, regardless of whether they wish to or not. They cannot be caught inside this blue, but it's only now into the hands of these other players. Onyx only now to try to get back up, barely avoiding the shots of Kasich, but into the rest of the teams. Kasich will take down Sude, and that will be the second to fall. Kasich Glimmerance taking another 2 to them, and Amaya 7 eliminations in this game.
Oh, but the zone just hates everyone concerned. You can't decide which side the zone is actually going to go on to. The Eagles getting completely obliterated now. Kasich doing some amazing work here. But the zone has gone completely against them. It is in the favor of Galacticos, is in the favor of Fenerbahce as well as, and Kasich have to cross open ground now. So their days could be very well numbered here.
I love this quick move that Galacticos made, moving 2-2 to keep an eye with the angle that they have, the strong point and the high ground they have with the building outside the zone. They keep 2 of their players inside the zone to make sure they're not completely pressured out later on. Fenerbahce, you can see with that higher angle that they're still keeping with those 2 behind players, taking out 1 knock so far. Now come the front line to step up, looking to take away Sealer. Scissor also will have to move away, but it's not quick enough. There's a molly, the nade comes through. There will be one to fall in the second. Yes, did get revived back up behind, but the smokes come back down, and this is crucial because Fenerbahce using these smokes for the meantime on themselves is not where they want them to be. They want those smokes to be further forward. They want to have that aggressive play, but it's Eagles as well who will fall back down to the bottom. Kasich even coming in here as Galacticos, they need to turn their attention. It's a third party trying to invade onto the action. The pressure that they were putting down onto Fenerbahce, but they are able to step back, look back towards Kasich and Lewis as Fenerbahce offered up some respite for now.
GG's. I mean, I thought Kasich was going to do it there because Galacticos got one knock and then the other was knocked by the zone. So immediately Galacticos were a duo. I thought they were going to have that, but no, it's going to be Fenerbahce versus Galacticos here.
And Fenerbahce, they've been able to find a split. They've been able to get back up. It might have been enough for Kasich Limerence, because you can see here they're down to only one player. Galacticos, they had the control, but Fenerbahce, they weren't taken down quick enough. They will claim the chicken dinner this time in Miramar in a strong finish here, in a strong position on the leaderboard. They've that's a second into a first winner chicken dinner for this roster.
That was really, really well done. I think we didn't see too much of them. They were down on that lower end of the hillside there for the longest time, but they've managed to kind of claw their way up that angle, up that hillside, just kind of third-party everybody to death. I think that is really the key there. They really went on a third-party strategy rather than a full push from what I saw, so they were able to just kind of quietly move up the ranks, surprise team after team, and eventually surprise everybody into the win.
Yeah, and to be fair to Fenerbahce, they look like one of the stronger teams here in this group. They definitely look like a contender to top the group if they can keep this momentum going. I won't say that they will, because we did see a back-to-back coming through from Wildcats yesterday, and then they did fall off a little bit towards the final couple of games. But it is nevertheless still Fenerbahce here with a big performance with their chicken dinner Miramar. 18 total points, another 8 eliminations coming through from them, and I'm curious now to see if they can do just as aggressive and just as good work in Sanhok.
Oh, I mean, that's a big ask. I think we did see the Wildcats do that with the Miramar to Sanhok, but they're just such different maps, aren't they? It's very, very difficult to kind of switch with any sort of consistency between the very different strategies that you really need to use between the two games. So I think we'll have to see. 18 points, though, nothing to be sniffed at for sure. Even if they have just a decent game on Sanhok, they're going to be well in that top 2 position, I would have thought. So a very, very good game from them. I got to hand it to Kasich, though. Really, really good work coming in from them. I really liked how they played that, and I think they did get helped by the Lionesses there when fighting against Inception towards the end of that, or the beginning of the zone rather, when they're getting gate kept. But I do think that Kasich actually played that really, really well. So I'm looking forward to seeing what they do in Sanhok. They seem to me a bit more of a snappier, smaller team that might actually do super well on a smaller map like Sanhok.
Yeah, I definitely think the potential is there. And you know what I want to see in the potential? And I always look back towards the meme of where you had Arango, Yasnaya Poliana, the player picks him up, rescues him, and then puts him out for the sniper to take him down. And then promotes him to take it. You remember the one I'm talking about?
Yeah.
I want to see rescues used more, or at least on camera more, because I think it's such a cool opportunity for teams, for players to move around the fight and reposition. And as we do go through the match rankings, you can see the teams here, Fenerbahce, Galacticos, and also Kasich Limerence, the teams still a very even split. But to go back to the rescues, do you think that rescues are something that teams are picking up more and more now as time has gone on and teams have gotten used to that strategy?
I see it a lot in certainly the PMPLs and more so in the fall split than the spring splits. I think we're starting to see it a lot more. but I think they really still are used when only absolutely necessary, just because they take so much time, right? That animation, a lot of the time when you see these play for the end game. So when you end up getting knocked, you end up actually getting knocked in high pressure, high priority sort of situations where you just need to go. So I think it's something that players are starting to use a lot more. We haven't seen too much of it in this league, but I'm wondering how that will change perhaps as we get closer to the finals.
Yeah, I'm hoping we get to see a bit more of that. As you said, it has been picked up more and more in the recent months and the recent fall season. Amaya, though, on our player focus, will be the one with another 7 eliminations for themselves. And they're also, to be fair, Kazakh Limerence getting, or sorry, should I say Yakut, they're also getting the final 2 spots there at the bottom, 4 eliminations each. The damage, though, from Fenerbahce, you can see Alina, and I was curious to see the damage charts. Is it something where, like Galatasaray, we see high damage counts from each of those players, or is it something that Alina is doing now time and time again in terms of Fenerbahce's eliminations?
Well, I think certainly from that game, if I'm remembering kind of going back to where they were, how they were playing, I think that's probably fairly even, give or take a few hundred damage points, but we are seeing there Fenerbahce actually a lot more damage than eliminations. We're seeing that for quite a few, except Kasich. Again, they keep stealing kills, Wolf.
Look, I mean, Kasich, when they get the elimination points, it doesn't matter how much damage you do, because at the end of the day, it's the elimination points that matter, Neptura. And if you can steal your way into the next phase, by all means, that might be the difference maker in the finals that gets you that extra money in the end of the tournament. Looking at Fenerbahce and Galatasaray, though, no surprise, I think, to see them again at the top with those high damage numbers. You saw the control they had in that zone and the amount of free reign that they had in a lot of the teams. I mean, Fenerbahce, especially coming, as you said, alive at the final points of that game, just really were able to gatekeep a lot of those players. We check out, though, the overall standings here as we have now concluded to our first 5 matches. Fenerbahce, no surprise, at the top with 32 points, but it is a little bit tighter towards the end of that left side of the leaderboard.
It is indeed. I love that have moved in to the second spot without any wins whatsoever. That's a great result from them. Galacticos and as well coming in there. White and Yakut both tied at the moment. But as I look more towards the right side, Wolf, I'm seeing a couple of teams down there that have really had a really hard time at the moment. I mean, Hard to Kill and Woman Moment, only 1 point for 2 games. So it's a really tough spot. I just really hope that 2 things. One, that the Sandhawk is a lot better to them. We know that it's a good map for teams who are struggling a little bit, and number 2, that this doesn't affect their mentality too much for at least tonight, and that they can come next few games and get some extra points.
Yeah, you can see, right, Fenerbahce, 2 games, they're already at 32. You can realistically, by the time you get to 32 points, maybe about the 45, 50 mark for sure, you are qualified in the top 16. As we check out our top MVP, though, of the second match at the end of it, should I say, as Kazakh Limerence, they will be in 10 elimination points so far, with Amaya at the top of the standings so far. And I'm getting the sense that these ladies in this group are a little bit more aggressive, should I say, in who is at the top of the leaderboard.
Yeah. I think that game in general is far more aggressive than the first one. I think it really did call for getting rid of teams as quickly and as efficiently as possible. So you are seeing those higher numbers there. Razdova getting pushed all the way down to 4 with her 7 eliminations. And Amaya just coming in clutch there with 10. Elif's with 8. But I'm pretty used to seeing Elif's up here, to be honest. Cat Veins as well. 5 eliminations. She's in here as well. So these are some well-known names, and for good reason, because look at those eliminations after only 2 games, right? At this level, I think a lot of people underestimate how hard it is to get eliminations in this level. So it's a great result.
Yeah, and I think for these teams to see that they can be so aggressive, I'm excited now to see what we can do on Sanhok, a map all about aggression and team fighting. Anything can change, so we'll see you there in the jungle. Welcome back, everyone, here to what will be Game 3 and Sanhok time for our Group B contenders. My name is Highland Wolf, and I'm joined here with Neptura for the PMEWL mid-season showdown. Neptura, we've seen 2 games now where Fenerbahce have had strong performances. They just come off the chicken dinner. Can they secure another top 2 or even a win here in this Sanhok match?
They absolutely could. I mean, we saw the Wildcats do it yesterday. I don't know, because in a little bit, I'm somehow kind of getting a little bit of vibes. I did mention that, it was KS, or Kasich. That Kasich feels like a little bit of a nippier, smaller team that might be able to maneuver a little bit better around Sanhok. Fenerbahce seemed to me to be a big team, right? Big, spread out, just lots of room to really work with. They seem like a big team to me. So can they adapt to Sanhok, or is this all in my head? We'll have to see. But that's kind of the vibes that I'm getting at the minute.
Well, unfortunately for some of them, Inception at least going to come through with the elimination point. It is going to go unfortunate for a few here to start off. I think that always really happens here in Sanhok. Is realistically the kind of map that you would expect seems to start hard drop. We can see even the Lakers also having some trouble here coming into the third match. Is that zone? It is also going to be up towards that eastern side. Unfortunately, Lakers not going to get any respite from Fenerbahce for now in the early game, as it will be another going to down, and only a Kulka left. They're going to have to move a wide rotation around, because you can see the movement. They've actually had to come away from the zone to get back to safety. So an awkward start here for the Lakers Monarchy.
Yeah, another team where it's just not going in their favor today. We see them time and time again, down to a duo, down to a solo very early on. Women moment, I feel for them. They're down to 2 at the moment. Yep, that's going to be that finished on up. Rin's going to be finished away, and that's going to be, I think, in Inception. There we go. I keep wanting to say every single word except for Inception. So I think they're off to a pretty good start. We got a couple of teams here that are off to a pretty good start, but Women Moment, I feel bad for them. They needed this Sandhawk to do really well with. Maybe they can still do it as a duo, but the way that Inception is actually moving towards Piper here, it's kind of a little bit extra now.
Yeah, I'm not sure really why Piper's moving forward. They get one at least, but here also White are in the background. They're hearing, they get 2. Can they get 3? I do believe they can. It just is a cleanup here from Women Moment. You wanted to see them do something. There come the eliminations in the Podkey. They will also be in so much of a help there. I expected maybe for Podkey, they needed a bit more time, and I was curious as to why Piper was going so much of a charge, but clearly they had the angle there, and you can see how quickly with Piper taking over that fight, completely outplaying Inception down to 1 player as well. Fenerbahce, as we say, did take out the side of... Well, not Women Moment. Lakers, that's the name that I'm looking for. Lakers, Monarchy, and are up to 3 eliminations. And crucially control Painan here. I think it's going to be a really important compound space in Sandhawk here moving into this zone. Teams are going to want to use this Painan compound and the bridges up, especially to the north of it, to make that rotation into the phase 2 mark when it starts to close in.
Yeah, they are going to Women Moment. My girls, what happened? Unfortunately, Zeros having the last laugh there. Looks like Piper was flushed out by Hard to Kill. They came swooping in after that initial fight there in Inception. Zeros just able to clean up and get some revenge for her teammates. But H2K now know where she is, so she's in a little bit of a pickle in a turn now, but that is unfortunate for Women Moment. But you know what? There is finding here. They have 3 points, so that makes a total of 4. So it's definitely an improvement on the first 2 games.
I'm not good at math, but that's more than the first 2 games, and that's more than 1. That's triple. Yeah. That's triple the points compared to 1. So Women Moment, that is a 300% improvement on the last 2 games already in this game. See, that's how you look at it. You have to look at it from a 300% increase. That's how you instill the confidence, positivity, I'm sure.
Mm-hmm. Exactly. Look at the bright side of things. That really was a great takedown of Inception there. So big GG's to them. Just unfortunately that third party, and then Zeros with her pesky little rock over here, just ending up being too much for him. But looking good. Zeros trying to find a way out here, I think, and she did think there was going to be somebody on top of that hill. I think that is going to come true in a second. You do see somebody from H2K moving on up there as well as. But so far, only 2 solos still in the lobby, so not as quick of a Sandhawk as potentially might be done, but she was ready for that. Zeros getting rid of Lexa up there, and there's not much they can do. And as you look there, you can just see the name tag of Galacticos looming down below on the other side of the hill. So this could be turning south very quickly for H2K.
Yeah, Lexa going down there, a crucial part. H2K also going to try to nade over, bring out Zeros as well away from the rock, then allow Malders to shoot Zeros down while they had to escape the nade. There comes the second on the support. I do really want Zeros to try and make some sort of a move here, though. The longer they stay now, they've got the vehicle. There's going to be 2 players looking up on that hillside. It's going to get a lot more trickier for Zeros to survive, and they really should have, I think, used that moment to escape while they could when they did take down Lexa.
Yeah, but she's hard to... Oh, she's gotten burnt, I think. I mean, at this point, I'd kind of just molly myself, honestly. They're pushing in very, very quickly here. She's going to try and get one. Almost does it, but just too much handle. Very nice push in there by H2K. They really took advantage. Very well played by them. And they did that just in time because Galacticos are looming in the distance there. They're going to have to get a move on or set up some sort of defense if they want to win.
Yeah, this Corey side definitely going to be a hot part of teams looking to contest that more eastern side hill. You really think it would be a great spot for these teams to be able to catch out those moving around the quarry area where there are vulnerabilities in the terrain on those rotations up towards the far eastern point of the map, and especially looking to control that area early in case it does continue to shift more northeasterly in the later phases. I like that, and I hope that Hard to Kill will stay there and try to keep control of that location, because it will be a crucial point if it does shift up there later. Yakut as well, eyeing up a little bit of a wider rotation here on the rest of Galacticos, as they will just be taking a 3-1 split on the road side. Bit of a lull here in the action as teams, I think, make their initial rotations. I'm curious to see, actually, if we get any rotations in Sandhawk, because we've not seen it, I think, so far in the first Sandhawk match yesterday. But with this type of rotation, we might see a few more rotations coming around towards the northern stretches, around towards that eastern step, and avoid those teams in the choke points.
Yeah, I'd like to see that. Boatations are always really fun, especially depending on the boat skins that they have. So yeah, I'm all for a boatation. You just gotta be careful when you use them, because you are kind of sitting ducks or sitting penguins, depending on your boat skin. But yeah, it's going to be an interesting one to see if anybody does go for that. It would definitely be a better rotation than, say, going through Quarry, especially the way H2K have it held down at the moment. But before any rotations, we got to get through Paradise, and before you seem to have pretty much full control of this at this point in time. Eagles, Letty, looks like she's the only one up there. There's another one outside of the compound completely, so it does look like before you do have the upper hand here. Letty almost down, very, very low down she goes. Yeah, that was only going to be a matter of time with the way that before you are actually playing this. And now it looks like it is just Mary up here on these roofs playing a running away game, and a big one at that. She's got to survive for her team. They cannot go out here. They've had a pretty good, consistent day so far, so it'd be a real shame to lose out on Sandhawk.
Yeah, Eagles, they only have one player left. They may get away, but you do see the rest before you chasing them down quick enough. Also, White, in a bit of bother here. It's Hard to Kill, have moved away now towards Barn, and White have been caught out. They've already lost one. Now comes Hard to Kill in the rotation, looking to crash with all four members. It just isn't enough time to be able to stop the push. There is one behind, but looking for the pincer on two different directions. I didn't see it, but maybe this is the opportunity, White, to come in. But now Para, they've given their position away. Raza is there, they're ready. The two players looking to try catch out White. You still got a cover on the opposite end. Eagle will go down, so will White potentially. No, it will not. It's Razi will be the one to fall. Malefice will take down the rest. Look potentially to take also down Roswara. Here is Fenerbahce. Have heard the gun sounds and the action coming forward for a potential third party. White Bearer only has to survive as Fenerbahce could come in, cause much more of an issue and allow Bearer to escape. Bearer, though, stepping forward through the smoke. They know that this is happening. Wants to stop the revive coming through. Still, though, two up for Hard to Kill. They will lose another though. Lexa goes through the smoke alone, dies, and now it's all up to Malefice. Can Malefice grab the elimination point? They find him, and it will be Vera. A bit of a peekaboo through the smoke, but Malefice gets it at the end of the day. Only now to fall there, as you saw Fenerbahce. Big snipe through the smoke, catches them down and out. They will also go.
Oh, that was really well played by White. A little bit of an oversight on the part of H2K. They did not see that back angle, and White used it really, really effectively. The only mistake was just going forward a little bit too. I think she expected that duo to be reviving right there, and so she kind of gave herself away there. But otherwise, really, really well played. H2K should have had that in the bag, and they just didn't. So well done, Venaba. defend up, nice few points on their side, and now the thing is, they have Bon all to themselves at this point, so Fenerbahce can have that area to kind of just spread out and get big and get controlling.
Yeah, up towards more of this eastern end, Yakut have lost one of their players on a little bit of a long scope here versus the $1 Million Babies, as each of them may have just taken each other out, but you can see this next one here is FQ will also be out on a revive mission with Kitty. Is Yakut from one side, but it's realistically the other end here, and I'm looking to see if another team will push towards $1 Million Babies.
Quite possible. At the moment, though, it doesn't look like they might be just still scoping it out. Yakut were able to get both revives up and running, so that is a good news on their part. PNRC, again, I know there's only so many hills, but I really don't like these low ground positions. I'm starting to be quite the anti-fan of these kinds of areas. You know, there's a hill right there. Just use that. Just use that. You don't need a compound when you have high ground. IMO. So that's just a me thing. Lakers out there doing that med strat pretty early on, but you know what? They're really wanting those points. So more power to them. But yeah, look at that center zone there. Fenerbahce got all of it to themselves. Now this is the time. They need to spread out like a 2-2 split across that high ground there. Try and gatekeep that northwest side.
Yeah, Vaughn going to be a bit too hard to control all of it, but they can definitely keep control of that northern side, as you said, with that 2-2 split. I think realistically those southern teams should be looking towards Barn as well. That is going to be one of the strongest points in this zone. But just also to the northeast side of Barn, there is a little bit of a compound there. There are some more hills, and those will also be alongside Barn the highest points of this third stage zone. So I am also looking towards maybe a wider rotation of these teams, potentially looking for those more quieter, higher locations that are left on the map, but there are few.
Yeah, for sure. Fenerbahce have a lot on their plate. They have to decide which way they really want to defend and where they want to go themselves. They may decide to abandon Bonn altogether, perhaps for something a little bit more central. We could see that come in from them. But with so many teams being full squads, I would hesitate for that to be happening just yet. Before you, though, on a murder spree, it seems, 4 eliminations so far, and they're really going after PNCR here. Look at those nades.
For you, yeah, they find a nade. That will look like another nade going through to confirm the elimination through the smoke. Sepiak almost gets naded themselves, but they are able to find one in return, and down to just one player here for PN. As they look to crawl away, but it won't be enough. PNCR will now fall into the dirt. It's only one left for them, and unfortunately showing PNCR another struggle for you, for them. But before you, definitely welcome to see them get some points in the back. $1 Million Babies also sneaking away one of Fenerbahce there on the initial move round outside of Barn. I think it's a bit of a mistake here for Fenerbahce to be leaving this Barn area only with one player, and as you can see, because they didn't immediately move round to that change in the stage, the rotation of the zone, you can now see that they got caught later in a mid-rotation point. $1 Million Babies came in. They weren't set up and prepared because they were later on the move. Fenerbahce in some trouble here.
Yeah, absolutely. Did not expect this from Fenerbahce at all. It looks like they either were on the move or kind of just half set up, half prepped for this new side of zone to be busy. You see KR in the back there, Cat Veins, she's looking at them as well. So there's going to be no rest for the wicked over here. $1 Million Baby's got to set up real quick here. They should have some sort of advantage here with these this hard cover, but that angle up the mountain is not all that great.
Yeah, Cabin is one of those top 5 players as well so far in the overall elimination standings too, Nepture. So definitely we know that KR Lionesses, they can pull it out when they need to. They can whip out the gun and be able to take it to any team if they are required to.
Oh, it is Bon. Oh, Fenerbahce must be just livid right now. They weren't able to onto it, and the zone goes their way. So this is going to be very interesting. I want to see what Onyx end up doing, because They are in a low ground position at the moment. There is nobody in front of them, but Regnum Karya might decide to make their lives a little bit worse.
Yeah, you can really see the northern and the southern hills there. Those are really the points that these teams are going to be looking for. I think that hillside will be great to overlook. Also, the compound the teams will be looking for on that northern end to Nevtura will be a point that teams will try to look to for security because of how awkward this stage is looking to set up.
Yeah. Oh, wait, hang on. Go back. Go back. We wanted to see what was going on there. That looked interesting. Yeah, there we go. It's Kasich and Yakut here. Little bit of a fall down. It looks like they've pushed up two or maybe 1-3 up there. It's not going their way at all. It looks like Theano has to move out a little bit. Lioness is getting that initial knock on to the $1 Million Babies. In fact, multiple initial knocks. They're only down to 1. No, they're not. They're eliminated completely. We missed that. Unfortunately, Kara Lioness is in here with 4 eliminations, just making a really tiny little third party there, and they are now in zone.
Yeah, KR Lionesses, we said that they had potential too. They get these elimination points, and crucially, as you said, a point in the zone here, which could be so controlling for those other teams. If they can just push up a little bit more, get some more control in towards the center of that zone now, that is what they're going to be looking for. Staying together as a squad as well, crucially, will be important for them because of how dangerous this terrain is, because we don't have as much of a compound, as much of a cover really in this area, in this kind of part of Sanhok, to allow teams to go on those wider spreads. Yakut will be caught out also by Kazakh Limerence. That ought to be a dead member of Yakut. There's nothing it can do. Down there will go to a solo, but number 4 Leora will also be caught out by Regency.
Interesting. Yeah, Regnum Karya doing some great work there from inside zone, and that's the crucial part of this, is these teams are outside of zone. They are being gate-kept by the entire full squad there. Lovely little one-tap there by one tap, but she's going to go down as well. They just can't get any sort of cover. Again, a beautiful knock. The aim on these girls is insane, but is she going to be able to get these teams, or her teammates rather, up in time, because that zone is continuing to move. Still 170 meters, 13 seconds, and it's stage 5. I don't think they're going to last much longer. Look at their health.
Yeah, realistically, they are very far away down out of his zone. It's a long way in. It's a long journey for Regnum Karya. They do have at least 1 med pack to their name. They're going to need a heck of a lot more, so I do hope that they've got more on the other members. Maybe keep 1 player back, but for now they're trying to make that push, and this is a problem. You see, when he starts to make this push, so do his later rotating teams. Also scared of Sanhok in this zone. Yakut finds Fayano down to the 1v1, grabs Case, will grab the extra elimination points. Another 2 in the bag for Yakut, up to 4 as Galacticos on the opposite end, trying to snipe down the Lionesses. You can see the line of the shot there from Rhea, keeping back down towards the south side of this stage 5 shift.
Gosh, we did lose Kasich and Yakut there, and all of a sudden we're down to our top 5 teams. I mean, this is what I love about Sanhok, right? It immediately goes this way. This is just how it is on Sanhok. You go very quickly down to your top teams. And luckily for Onyx, they have a perfect situation here. Look at this. The zone's moved completely to their side, and they're still a full squad. So this could be a very, very good game for them if they play it right.
Can Galacticus keep themselves in this next zone shift? You can see before you also still there with the 9 elimination points. They could rack up some good placement points here if they can just keep themselves in the running of this game. Down there as well, Onyx, the other contesting team, the other only full squad here left.
This is difficult, honestly. Onyx, they've done the right thing in moving out of... oh, that's weird. Okay, they had to move out. Never mind, because the minimap just switched over, and we're actually on the other side of the the road from team of Camp Bravo rather. So that was an erroneous mini map earlier on. So I'm going to leave my point because it's no longer a point. Meanwhile, it looks like Galacticos and Onyx both having a little tete-a-tete and both having some knocks because of it. Meanwhile, KR, they want some action.
Yeah, KR, Galacticos Sirens as well, looking down onto Onyx, but it's that one front member from KR. They did snipe him down. Galacticos stepping forward, trying to now find the revive in the smoke. Onyx using his opportunity, though, to step forward. Now having a bit more agency here in the zone is Galacticos a bit quiet, stepping into his final phase. Very reluctant, you can see, to step out into the open where Onyx do have control of the rocks. Onyx actually with the better position here in stage 7.
Yeah, I think it's because they can. Galacticos can stay very quiet. They have zone, they have the high ground. They just have to kind of let this game come to them a little bit. So I do completely understand why they're being a little bit more quiet here. Onyx, on the other hand, have to get rid of the nature there. They have to do something about KR. They will do in the end, but not before one does go down. So that's 2 knocked for Galacticos. That's 3 knocked. Onyx need to do something. They might actually do this, Wolf.
Yeah, Onyx, they just have to come in safe. They have to come in clean. One more Galacticos. They have the high ground. They try to throw the nade down. They turn the back here, try to get a desperate revive. I don't think it's going to come out in time. Maybe they can grab one, but certainly the healing, it won't be there. Onyx, they need to push. They need to use these 4 members. They cannot be allowed to get another player up. Galacticos stepping forward, that will be it. Onyx, they finally come over the top of the hill. They grab their chicken dinner. It is theirs for the tasting. And Leisure, we also saw Galacticos there be able to keep themselves consistent, but for Onyx, but for the 4U, these are the teams coming in to that final stage or 2. Needed those points, and Onyx a big step up for them on this leaderboard for sure.
Yeah, very, very nicely played. That was such a hard angle to play from, especially because Galacticos had such a kind of eagle's eye when it came to looking down onto what was going on below them, but just a really, really good game from them. Very, very well played. They played it very quietly. They played it only as necessary. They didn't make, a big statement. They didn't go all out. They just played it one kill at a time. And it was a really, really nice, solid win for. And I'd like to see them, push a little bit more. Very easily could a team like Galacticos have taken that little bit of hesitation and run with it, but that Molotov saved them in the end, and they got 5 eliminations with 15 points total. Not the most eliminations we've seen so far, but definitely enough to get them on their way back onto the left side of that page.
Yeah, Onyx definitely enough, as you said, to I think begin to secure themselves into that next phase, crucially. I'm curious to see if this is one of those singular matches, because Sanhok is so different, and can now, going back into Miramar, wrangle later, if Onyx can keep up the momentum that they've now got from Sanhok. A bit of an also quiet game, I would say, for the beginning to mid part of that Sanhok match. A lot of the final fights forced into the end with how that stage 5 to 7 went.
Yeah, it really did make for some very quiet sort of mid game there. Mainly because of the zone. Bon is not really a place that's very used very much. It's not a very popular or populated area most of the time. So it really took a little bit for these teams to kind of go, oh, okay, that is actually where we're going with this. So we need to start making moves towards it. So I think a lot of teams were able to keep to themselves and just have a few skirmishes on the edge of those circles, but not necessarily get into the nitty gritty end game for a little while there. And we can kind of see that in a little bit of these fights here. I mean, before had 10 eliminations, but apart from that, we're just not seeing multiple double-digit numbers as we have been in the first 2 games. So it was a much quieter game for most of these teams.
Yeah, and also, as I mentioned before, ironically before you, with these 10 elimination points, really crucial for them to be able to get these points on board, to also get towards the left side of that leaderboard. KR Lionesses equally a little bit quiet in that second game, so now them bringing themselves up too, equally going to be important. As we make our way to the player focus, and who really took it to them in this game, it is no surprise to see the side of Onyx and before you on this leaderboard. Fenerbahce, though, Alina, Fenerbahce have a little bit of a problem in this game on those rotations, as we said, around Barn coming out of the hillside to set up for that 2-2 split, but Alina's still there on the top 5 regardless.
Yeah, a really nice result from her to kind of have pretty much almost half of the survival time that other girls do and still be on this leaderboard. So kudos to her. But you do see Yakut, interesting coming that it is actually Yakut in here, Fayano, as number 1. Generally, you see kind of the top of the top 4. And Yakut did well, but didn't quite get there in terms of mint or survival time. So interesting to see her top of the board. As we move over to the elimination damage ratio graph, we're seeing before you, obviously, going to be doing a lot of work there, but also equal work. They're finishing those knocks.
Yeah, indeed, and I think that's what you want to expect. That rough 100 to 150 damage per knock, that's what you want to see from these players, to be able to secure those fights to themselves and not allow those third-party snipes coming through, those steals coming through on their eliminations. It is a bit more of a overall all of the teams taking some damage in some respects, and I think that is all down, as we said, to the way that the zone played and forcing a lot of these teams into the fight and all getting a little bit of action in their own right. As we move into the overall standings, after 3 games, Fenerbahce is still there in top position with a little bit of a gap, but that middle side of the leaderboard, second there to 5th, now only 7 points between them. And realistically, in that left side of the leaderboard overall, one big game, we saw how it can change a team moving so far up the leaderboard.
Yeah, absolutely. So what's very interesting is Fenerbahce had an okay game. It wasn't the most fantastic of games. They had a few kills, sure, but they didn't really move into that late stage of the game. But what you are seeing here is a lot of fighting between those with the table, or rather 2nd to 8th sort of teams. There's a lot of fighting in amongst them. So what that's actually done is split all the points fairly evenly amongst them and left Fenerbahce to actually just stay where they are. There's no one actually threatening them just yet. In fact, the gap's gotten bigger because of those points that they were able to grab and because of the fighting amongst themselves or the other teams.
Yeah, right, and indeed, as we check out the top 5 eliminations as well here, it will be Lina with those extra 3 that she picked up in the San Hawk match, still on 10, but it's very even here between the top 5. 3 in that tight first position spot. It will be now Miramar will need to see who can separate themselves. Is really Realistically, I think, yes, you see only 5 players here win the top from the 10 to 8 elimination points, but I suspect there's a lot more of those other teams with those elimination points very close behind them. We'll have to see, as we said, if they can separate themselves out in the deserts, as we'll be back on Miramar after a short break.
So this is a little awkward. Things haven't really been working out as well between us, and I think it's time for the rest to kind of just move
Welcome everyone back here for our fourth game of 5 here tonight. It will be Miramar once again. My name is Highland Wolf and Neptura here beside me for the PMEWL mid-season showdown. Neptura, it was a interesting game there where Onyx just took the win in San Hoc. We've been waiting for some of these underdogs from the first two matches to step up, and this game in San Hoc was actually that opportunity for some of those teams to get those points.
Yeah, it really was a really great show from a lot of these teams here. So yeah, some really good stuff, and hopefully this has been a little bit of a mentality boost for them to Miramar. I think Miramar has a lot of big shoes, I think, big expectations. It's a daunting sort of map to get into. So I think this little boost for some of the teams that are struggling a bit more with those Miramars, I think it's going to go quite well for them. I hope.
Look, I'm really excited to see, as we saw yesterday, how these teams adapt, right, from the first Miramar game to the second Miramar. Now, the first one was a little bit different. It did go down towards that southern and western side with the Hacienda Hills, and then back into the side of Los Leones, and then up again. It was a bit all over the place. I'm hoping for a bit more control, but I'm also hoping these teams are prepared for it and are willing to learn from the mistakes that they may have made in that second match.
Yeah, me too. It could be interesting. I mean, you know us. The evil in us always wants to see the teams struggle as much as possible when it comes to them to be panicking, but at the same time, for them, I suppose we could, cut them some slack a little bit and let them have a better zone just so that they can actually game that they've been practicing for. So hopefully the zone will be going a little bit more sane, like this plane path is, a nice middle, straight down the middle cut here. So yeah, it would be nice to see maybe a little bit more of a sane zone so these teams can really break and not be limited by what the zone is giving them.
Well, you know what I say to that? I would love a prison finish. I've never had one, or an Oasis finish.
Yes.
But prison finish.
I need prison in
Have
my
you
life.
ever had it? Mm-hmm. When was the last time you had it down on the South Island, the zone?
Ooh. Maybe last season, like one time, but I don't know. I think it was probably last in one, which was last August.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't even remember.
Even the islands. Yeah, even the islands, I can't remember it, for me at least, until all the way back to the end of 2021. That was the first and only time I have seen a Miramar Island finish, and by golly, was it epic. I think seeing how these teams rotate from those roads and seeing how they would rotate around the ocean side, something completely different that you would not expect on Miramar, that's the type of stuff I want to see from these teams. In the moment adaptations and how they will be able to learn from the zone, forcing them to play in areas that they may not know as much or they may not feel as comfortable in.
Absolutely, yeah. That's really the crux of the in the moment adaptation to everything, and that's what's so fun to watch, I think. But for now, the zone is threatening to be nasty, but we're not so sure yet. It's still fairly sane. But White and PNCR both are here again, and this time White much more on top of things. Quite literally, actually got a really nice high ground split over onto PNCR. So PNCR now have to be very careful that they don't get revenged on for last game.
Yeah, and I like that adaptation. We wanted to see the mistakes fixed in white. They've put all 4 players together here in the compound. They've got the high ground for themselves. PNCR actually in a bit of a deficit here. Almost might just lose one of their players for now. Barely gets behind the rig here. But white, they're closing in.
They are indeed, and good for them, really. This is nice adaptation, as you said, from last game. We are starting to see them push in a little bit more, and that's really what you want to see, this extra aggression, like push and push and push and push. Don't give any sort of leeway to a team like PNCR, because you don't want them going on the aggression side. You want to always have them be forced onto the defensive, and that's where your control lies. So this is being nicely played so far by white. With all this cover, this is about as good as they can make it. They can't push too brazenly, but at the moment it's looking good.
Yeah, it's all about patience. Don't get over-aggressive, don't get too eager for the play, but when these opportunities do come out, you need to be able to find them, and you can see Bera, they just could not find the angle quick enough. Mia is there alongside the rest of PNCR, however, it's quicker on the trigger. And PNCR will be the one to find the first potential elimination here. White in some danger.
Oh, nice little angle though there from Aluka. Yeah, this is hard. I think because this team now with that knock, it's enabled them to actually get back onto their feet and start thinking about how they can turn the tide of this, right? Right before this, it was, okay, how do we don't know what to do. We don't know what to do. What do we do, right? It's always the questioning comes in. Now they've had time to actually think about it. They're on that roadside. Now it's white back on the defensive.
Yeah, I love that PNCR have made this rotation to actually cut off white from moving backwards. However, the footsteps have been heard. You can see the nades are being angled for this entrance in PNCR. And I want now the rest of them, Crazy also, to come forward. Don't let them escape back to where they knocked white, but also bring that extra member further forward. So you've got this 3-1. You use the 1 as the informational point for the other 3 to be able to get in on to the backside of the fight.
Absolutely. I do like that white still have that 1 off angle, or back angle rather, all the way up there. Gives them a little bit of height to work with, maybe a little bit of an overwatch. I can see this very quickly becoming a bit of a stalemate. I think most of white are just outside of nadeable range, but exactly as I say that, somebody gets naded, so they are in nadeable range, and here comes the push. This is exactly what white didn't want right now. They need to make this push known. They need to get that defense as quickly as possible. Looks like they are going to be doing a little bit of that, so now there has to be a little bit of delay on either side here to try and get healed on up, but for how long will this last?
And I like the PNCR staying together as that squad. Mia really needs to do something here, though, to stop white, and I fear that the damage might have already been done. Now that we have these buildings to work with, the cover is enough, and Mia really can't do all that much once they get into close combat with the rest of the trio of the white squad. So now it's down to Mia. Can they get back down quick enough, and can white defend this position long enough to be able to take a more even fight?
Well, I think it's very low. We're going in.
White.
Going in very quickly, yeah.
PNCR stepping forward, looking around, finds 1. Can they find a second? Behind the building, they did back away. PNCR still on the chase, so haven't eliminated anyone, haven't confirmed 3-1 just yet. Now they will get the first. Mia still on the far angle. I think this might just be the time for Mia to run. Would be the retreat on order for white, and unfortunate as it is, they did look like they made it early on. Did come out still the victors once again in this compound.
Yeah, it's a real shame. I mean, they were able to get a couple of knocks there, but yeah, there goes Mia, so that is going to be white in 16th. Yeah, you just can't hesitated a little bit too much. They didn't get those knocks when they needed to, and then getting knocked themselves just threw the whole game out the window for them. It put it completely into PNCR's lap there. Recovery from PNCR, I have to say, that was a really nicely, I guess, directed push towards the outside there, and they were able to just push in after that. So very well done by them.
For you, coming off of the back of a strong Sunhawk performance, I liked that they did get so many eliminations, and I think this is the aggression that we're looking for from these teams. I really want to see all of these ladies do well, and to see the teams that we were mentioning are struggling, seeing Before You now also step up here with that aggression that we were waiting in the first two games for. I'm just hoping they keep that up, because it's all about the consistency, especially in a tournament like this where you are playing in several days, but crucially several days very close together. It means you need to be good on all of the days in all of the week throughout where you have these tournament days, maybe 3 even in 1 week. And to have that as well in terms of good performances, but over a short space of time still, where you only have in this first phase 5 games, 2 days each. 5 games, should I say, for them to work with is not a lot. If you do have one bad day, you need to come back quite the team swinging.
Yeah, you really do. It's a bit of a what's the word? I don't know. It's a bit of a pickle. Let's put it that way. When you have these sorts of long range, long stand. Oh, every word except the right word, sort of long range, I guess, tournaments. They go on for ages and ages, 3-4 weeks sometimes. But at the same time, when you're grouped into small groups like this, and you've only got 2 days to qualify for the rest of the tournament, it does make it a very weird juxtaposition between, well, we treat this as a large tournament or we treat this as a very short tournament. And so it could cause some discrepancies there, but I think for the most part, hopefully these girls have it under that their church would be a good gatekeep spot. But you know what? After Sandhog, maybe they're just looking for that center zone and getting some points back on the board again.
Yeah, Bache here as well, looking like they're going to be alongside so many of these teams rotating into the more central and a glimpse of the their team looking to try go a bit deeper in, not over ground on that mountainside, just to above the southern coastal line, where these teams can take advantage of the high ground. There's still some compounds there, which crucially these teams can really utilize to stop the rotations wider on the very southern coastline of Miramar if it does end up going very south, but also keep an eye on those teams coming up from the northern end as well, where you expect most of the squads to be appearing.
Yes, indeed. I'm just watching Kasich here. Kasich and Galacticos could be a very interesting fight. I think it would be in Kasich's favor potentially there, but I'm also looking at the board there. We got Yakut down to a solo. I'm not sure what's going on there up against KR, it looks like, so that's not gone very well for them at all. And we do have Woman Moment down to a duo at the moment. They are in the middle of a fight, so those knocks have not been finished on up just yet. But now we do have Kasich and Galacticos going at it. Here's those two. Oh, Piper just getting out of the way of that nade right there. Before You, continuing to be on a roll. No eliminations on the board just yet. In fact, they've lost one so far, but they continue to be very, very aggressive despite that loss, and it turns out that's going quite well for them.
Yeah, Before You, they've got the opportunity here to take down the rest of Woman Moment. They will strike down, and it looks like just cleaning up for Before You. They should be able to grab the rest of Woman Moment all the way down. Nepture clean for Before You. 4 eliminations so far in the bag for them.
Yeah, good stuff. I think Before You quickly becoming a major character here, I think. Definitely a team to watch. If they can continue this aggression into their day 2, I think that would be a fantastic move for them. I am Really, it's really unfortunate for women movement. Honestly, they look to have so much potential. They do some really cool stuff, and then they just kind of fall apart a little bit. So I'm not sure what's going on there, but hopefully they can sort that out. But H2K, hard to kill, a team that was struggling in the beginning, but they've well and truly woken up, warmed up. Fortunately, before you have managed to get out of there as quickly as possible, so no harm done there. But hard to kill. We've seen them do this before, where they're really in and locked in on those third-party opportunities. So good, kudos to them.
Yeah, we can see this area is similar to where we ended up in our second game at the end, and we were 3 back to Lost Leonas. I think that realistically hard to kill want to keep now control of this kind of hillside. It will be great also to keep an eye on those teams moving in, especially under wider rotations, maybe through the city. Would be a little bit quieter based on this zone. You would have to imagine getting into the city if you are moving in now to stage 2 into the next blue zone area. But also I want to say that actually on the elimination feed, KR Lionesses here as well, Nebsura. 3 eliminations for them so far. I'm curious to where they got that, but they are also popping themselves up there at the top of the ranks so far in this early game.
Yeah, I'm just trying to read the board and figure out where they've gotten those, because it was Yakut. It was Yakut. Okay. I remember now. Yeah, at the warehouses. We just saw a glimpse of that. So, yeah, the KR Lionesses did get it from Yakut there, because I was like, well, if it wasn't Yakut, who was it then? It was Yakut. So, yeah, it was a good little spot for them. And down by the warehouses, if I'm correct, that warehouse is over by Puerto. So we're talking southeast, maybe east side, east coast. So that's going to be a pretty good spot for them going into these next couple of zones, I would have thought. Fenerbahce in a compound, but again, slightly lower than Regnum Caria. This is what's so difficult about Miramar, is there's always a higher ground than the one you're on. Always. It doesn't matter if it's a little hill or if it's a massive mountain, there's always something taller than you. So you've got to be really careful when it comes to those angles and that high ground, etc. When you're moving around in Miramar. And I think that's kind of what Fenerbahce are kind of looking at the moment. Regnum Caria have a good spot, though. This is a nice little bit of high ground. Never mind Cake's just getting absolutely yeeted, but I think that's a big old... Who is that? Was that from inside town?
I do believe it could have been the Yakuts. But you also here, of course, have the Regnum Caria team from the other end, Onyx. Are a bit further away, but do have potentially a bit of a line of sight as they are moving around on each other. It's a bit of an open split here, but as the zone is going to be moving in soon, where you may be looking for these teams also to look to take up shelter, especially as we start to see our final solid rotations come through here.
Yeah, absolutely. Am I seeing a smaller circle coming into Los Leones there? I think I can just about make it out, yeah. So we are going for a Los Leones finish. That's going to be interesting because we are going for a city finish. That makes it very, very difficult with all these teams, especially with Yasnaya, especially with Los Leones, because you've got those mountains on 3 different sides, all looking down on the city. So getting in and getting out are going to be very difficult now.
Yeah, I really think the teams coming in really won't want to stay in Los Leones. I think staying in Los Leones in the city, where if you've been looking around slowly, gathering your information, you may realize that a lot of these teams are in the center of the map. I mean, we can see it, of course, so it would make sense to avoid the city. Coming out of that, especially down south on a rotation, you would start to get caught by a lot of these teams as you see around these mountain sides. If it does bounce back up, I am equally looking towards these teams, potentially all actually running in. Oh my days, this is not what you want to see before you. A bit of an oopsie on the molly. They are going to knock down one, but they get themselves back up. They got the safety of their teammate here in Andrea, who will be able to bring them back up to full, or 75% at least.
Yes, indeed. The way she was angling out that window with her teammate in front of her, I could just see that was not going to end well. And unfortunately, Nicole bore the brunt of that fire, but it's all good. It's all good, but that has given time to... it's not Inferno, is it? It's Inception, to get those smokes out. So potentially a little bit of an oopsie there. But it might not be all that bad as before. Come into now, and we're seeing some nice little bits of. We were looking at one but the Altercation Zeros getting a nice little headshot, getting absolutely destroyed there. Nice aim from before. I gotta say, before and Inception, both these teams have some really spectacular aim we've seen tonight.
And as well, the location of it deciding to control here, Los Leones, taking control of the 4-stack, the 5-stack is some of the taller buildings in Los Leones that the city does hold, and being able to control especially that entrance onto the eastern side, if we start to see those bigger shifts, teams are, of course, going to want to avoid taking that more open eastern entrance in, but if they have to, you can really use these compounds, these higher buildings at the edge of Los Leones on that eastern point to punish those teams coming in. You can see how powerful this 4-stack is for before you taking that high ground advantage and the long range advantage over the rest of Inception.
Yeah, doing a very, very good job while they're at it as well. I'm curious to see what the kind of the north side of Los Leones actually ends up looking like. We do only have 2 teams in here by the looks of things, but it's kind of hard to see what else is going on in the rest of the city. It may well be, as you said, that teams are very hesitant to actually get into the city, instead crowding around on the outskirts, as you see PNRC, other way around, PNCR, in Cave, a very little utilized area, often one that people don't even know about. When it comes to classics, I know many people who don't know that this exists still. So it's a nice little spot for them to be using. A lot of good loot as well if you need to replenish your stock. So not too bad of a spot to have. Unfortunately, the zone will be moving away from them, so they've got to get out of there, and this is where they could get run into some issues.
But at least they also, inside the cave, will avoid a bit of the action or the awkwardness of rotating around so many teams already in the center of the zone. It has gone back to Los Leones. It feels a little bit like a Highland Wolf zone. Neptura, I still remember the PTSD that I have from the 7 Los Leones zones in a row in Miramar that I once had. Yeah, that was quite something. So Los Leones is sort of the Highland Wolf spirit. It's like the Highland Wolf special for Miramar. We want Oasis, but we always get Los Leones.
Hey, honestly, it's not half bad. I really like Los Leones as a competitive end zone. Oh, just within nading range. This is not good for Regnum Caria. Oh, that's a beautiful nade. Just not quite doing enough there. But Inception turning their attention over to Regnum Caria there instead of before you. So I'm not sure what's going on there, but now it's Fenerbahce and PNCR. Let's see.
PNCR looking for the fight. Keep in mind also the best here for Sylar is quite low, so this could break during the fight if this does go extended. Also keep in mind the KR Lionesses as well in this rotation as well. I don't think Fenerbahce really want to take this fight. You can see the hesitancy, just looking for the information realistically here. They don't want to open fire. They don't want to be spotted here, especially opening fire around that south side of Los Leones could attract some of those teams who are already in the city too.
Yeah, absolutely could. There seems to be a team in yellow just pushing past everyone. I can't quite see who that is, but that's bold. Okay. Interesting to point out, though, Wolf, is that everybody is moving in from the south side. You even saw H2K coming in around from the north down to the south. And I don't know if they thought there was already people in the north, but they're about to get a rude awakening because nobody's in the north. Everyone's in the south. It's 14 teams, all in the south and southeast side of zone. So it's going to be very interesting to see how this one plays out.
Yeah, very compact here, and especially the likes of Inception, who we saw already, and also before you they have these control points on the east, and this will be the crucial point of control for them to see if they can keep it versus all of these teams. Now that the teams are inside the compounds, I expect them all to be a little bit more hesitant to still fire on those incoming late rotators, but try to avoid making too much sound, try to avoid getting too much attention and eyes on them, because they know that once this stage moves into 6 or 7 later on, it's going to become a lot more difficult if teams already know where you are and have the eyes on you to move into those next stages.
Yeah, absolutely. It is a bit of a... Okay, just as we've said that, Celinda has chosen the noisiest
giant monster truck.
She really has.
All the way in.
What she's got.
This is how you do it. You full send it. You watch your team die, and you say, "Well, guys, I want a bit of a longer break. If you get a longer break," and goes into the middle of all the teams with the monster truck. So that is a strategy, we could call it.
It is, yeah, a strategy, that's for sure. But I just want to know how she managed to actually make it. If I'm not mistaken, she's the yellow one in that mini-map, and she's actually in and not particularly threatened at the moment. She's just kind of chilling there at the minute. In the meantime, you could go down. Onyx now having a big old massive vehicle explosion, it looks like there. So we've missed that one for the car montage. That's a shame. But Onyx down to a solo in just one easy sweep there. So we got a few teams really starting to struggle. In fact, we don't have a single... No, I lie. We have 4 full squads, 5 full squads. I just can't read.
It's okay, but they are damaged. They are damaged squads, and they do need support. H2K might just be one of those squads losing a member here, as they have had one of their players not trying to defend before you coming in. From the northern side, they take down one. Onyx will be able to dispatch the first. But as you said, they're down to a solo player, and now here comes the blue zone. They need to be able to move to it. So, before you, can they grab a second? Yes, they will be able to, but the zone is doing enough. But they will look to grab a second with them before you. They may also just fall down alongside them.
Yes, indeed. I want to say big up to Inception here. They've managed to hold on for a very long time here, because they've been in Los Leones since the beginning of the game. And with all this crowding, I mean, I can't even imagine those amount of teams on that eastern side. I mean, look at that wolf. It's just so crowded. It's kind of insane. And yet Inception are still here as a duo. So big ups to them.
And the scariest part of this lecture is they're all outside of the zone. Look at them run in. Desperate move here from, I believe that could be Eagles, looking for the control in the end of stage 6. Fenerbahce, another one to scarper through, using those silo buildings to be able to protect themselves for now.
Yeah, Fenerbahce not in a great spot. Oh, just getting your buggy right out in the open, just for a little bit of damage, just to make it, season it with a few bullets before moving into zone. That's always a great idea. But I'm curious to see who's actually inside zone at the minute. It looks to be like it's Eagles. Yeah, Eagles in there. H2K rather, and who is it? $1 Million Babies again.
Inception, looking back over on this control. Eagles, as we said, they ran into the zone. They've got a little bit of control, but you can see on the outskirts of the east, we've been mentioning it all game lecture, how difficult it is to control. It's so open. You can see Beck and Karia running into another of the contenders, only to be shot down. Everyone from each way. It's open firing season as Kazglimmerance will also be on the south side. Only one crate to the name, but outside of this zone, they immediately step out, only to be fired upon by $1 Million Babies, firing back themselves.
That's crazy. We've lost half the lobby in about 30 seconds, less than 30 seconds. I'd say even 15 seconds. We've lost about 10 teams there. That is insanity. And now the nades are flying because that zone about to get into zone 8. So we're definitely in nadeable range for a lot of this. And we're even seeing 2 teams hosting each other in these warehouses. So this is going to be a very interesting finish, super, super tight, because somehow 3 of the 5 teams have managed to keep all 4 up, except for $1 Million Babies as they go down, because I've said something about them and I've jinxed them.
Classic Lawrence. They haven't been jinxed yet, so they could still have a chance here, but it's looking a bit dicey. They've only got 1 player left. They are reviving the second, but how do they get out of this location? $1 Million Babies just look like they've got the more control to get around that south end. However, there is still the rogue members here of Eagle in the north. We still have the likes of H2K, hard to kill on that other end on the east. Coming in, have knocked down one of the Eagles.
It's quite nice from Eagles, actually. They've had a pretty good game, couple of 3 eliminations. The rest of them, not so much. Beautiful. Now that's going to make 4 for purple alone. But yeah, very nice rotation coming in from Eagle. They've just played it very, very, very quietly here. And that's all they really needed to do. They just needed to hold on long enough so that when the dust settles and the smoke clears, there's only 3 teams. There's still a full squad, and they're still very much a strong team here. So with that high ground, they're looking very, very good. Oh, and the backstab! H2K don't have a chance against purple.
So crucial to get that first one, but now Classic Limerence have heard the fire through from Eagles. They're looking to clip down the wings, but they're only a 2-man squad. Can Classic Limerence, can she get it? Yes, she will. Down onto H2K, they find 1. Looking to find the other. The next nade goes forward. They have to get rid of him, because here come Eagles on the other end, looking to do the exact same. Pmmi stepping forward, will grab purple. Down to 3. Eagles, smoke against him. It's now they look for a molly over the top, trying to burn down the Eagles instead. Eagles, though, they've got this ridge line. They've got this defense, so important, this ridge, to keeping them alive. The same with Classic, but the only problem is they've got to move above it to get onto the shots, to get away from the blue. They find Lessie now down to a 2v2. Healing back up from Amaya. Another smoke forward. Eagles are trying to desperately have some form of positional defense. They do get down 1. It's down to Amaya. Can they find the next? No, they cannot. It's going to be Eagles who take it down at the end of this game. Their chicken dinner here on Miramar, but my goodness gracious me, Nepturo, was that a difficult zone shift towards the end.
That was absolutely dreadful for the poor things. I can't imagine actually playing that, but just beautifully done by so many of those teams, and valiantly fought by all of them, I have to say. A really, really good job there by everybody. I was fearful for Eagles just a little bit going into that final fight. They looked really good, and then they just didn't quite seem to be able to make those pushes through the smoke, make that aggression known. There was a little bit of hesitancy there that almost lost them the game, but those 1v1s, they came in clutch, and they got that win, and that's going to be a whole heck of a lot of points on the board for them.
That's what you're looking for in climbing that leaderboard, getting yourself into a good position at the end of tonight for the end of that first day. 17 total points, 10 eliminations, or 7 eliminations, I say, with 10 placement points here. Eagle, that's going to be able to boost them up, as we say. I'm looking to see, though, back at all the consistency Eagle have showed somewhat through today. I think they haven't been that bad of a team, and this could be not only pushing them up, but especially towards even maybe the top of those standings, where you had teams like Fenerbahce. They really struggled to find a placement point and a position in this game, who now that gap will be closer against them.
Absolutely, yeah. I think Eagles were maybe 10th, maybe a little bit on the left side, but maybe 10th. And for that, with those 17 extra points, I think that's going to do a lot of good for them. Probably top 5 at the very least there. I don't remember teams getting so many kills for that one. We'll have to see.
Yeah, I definitely think it looks a little bit more even towards the eliminations. You can see almost all of our teams here getting at least one elimination point, and that is just down to the nature of this series of last stage shifts on the zone, right, and how it moved and how so many teams had an advantage at one point and then they didn't because the stage decided it wanted to move somewhere else.
Oh yeah, hasn't that just been Miramar tonight, honestly? Just been back and forth between the different directions on the compass. So really nice stuff from them overall, but again, yeah, not so many kills per team here, but Cat Fane's carrying her team there with 6 eliminations for this match alone. I mean, 1,000 damage alone, and ding ding ding, bell of 1,000 damage, but this time for both Cat Bane's and Amaya. That's right, we're bringing it back for the mid-season showdown. The bell of 1,000 damage. There you go.
Look, I mean, Kat has also been on that top 5 leaderboard for eliminations all night long, Neptura, and that's going to shoot her straight up higher in those standings. It was so close before, and that's what we're looking for in terms of being able to put yourself and put that stamp in that number 1 position is we might just see later on. I'm also looking at the rest of the damage overall, as you said, Amaya, still very strong overall, and as we check out that graph, again, a very, very large amount of damage spread though across all of these teams.
I'm sorry. Whose logo is that with 1,707 damage and 2 eliminations? That has to hurt. That can't be fun to be that team there with that much damage and those few. But I think really we're seeing that be the story of a lot of teams here. The Lakers, for instance, Fenerbahce even to some degree, White as well, 510 damage but for 0 eliminations. So a lot of stuff going on. I think this just really brings home the chaos that was that match.
Yeah, Inception taking that 1,700 damage for themselves.
Oh, yeah.
Also, it is interesting to see that the damage so high from some of these teams that you can see from the middle of the pack overall in those point scorers, because you could see that they did try to get a position in this game but did fall a bit early, even though they had to do so much damage to try even survive in that last match. As the overall standings are here, Casa Glimmerance closing that gap though overall onto Fenerbahce, now only 4 points difference. $1 Million Babies are right behind, and so are Eagles, as we said, now taking that 4th position.
Yeah, beautifully done, and just sneaking across the line against Galacticos there, because of course they do have that win. Yeah, some really, really good stuff there. Kasich doing a great job there, bringing up that gap. Fenerbahce now have to work a little extra hard for this last game to keep that number 1 spot. And $1 Million Babies doing some really good work as well there. I think they got quite a few eliminations in that last game, so that brings them up as well, but still super duper close. I mean, I know it's only been 4 matches, but to only have 9 points between 3rd and 8th at the moment is kind of insane.
Yeah, a big amount of difference there. And I think also from that left side, the bottom end of that left side of the leaderboard to the right side, again, one big game from any of these teams. Even you could argue Women Moment, you get a game like we had from Digital Athletics earlier last night in that final match. Digital Athletics, they were behind. They were on the right side of the leaderboard. And then one big 30-pointer, they're all the way right into that top 5.
Yeah, absolutely, and that's why I'm kind of rooting for them. I really want them to do super well in this game. Honestly, PNCR, I'm surprised that they've only got 8 points overall, because we've seen them a lot in the last, or tonight rather. They've been doing some pretty good work throughout the games here. So to only bring home 8 points and all of those be eliminations is interesting to me. So I would like to really see them shoot for those placement points tonight, and also maybe the Lakers as well. I'd be rooting for them in this game.
Top 5 eliminations, though, it is going to be Pmmi. They're still in 15 eliminations. Cat Bane, so right behind those extra 6 onto the 14 eliminations. And a bit of a change up here with still Alina now down to that 3rd position with only the 13 eliminations. I say only, still more than I could ever get in a whole night of me gaming PUBG. I mean, I would not want to go up against any of these ladies.
Oh, absolutely not. I'd be terrified. Can you imagine? That'd be crazy.
They say 1v1 me, and you're like, please no, have mercy.
Yeah, literally. I mean, I can't 1v1 anyone to save my life, but super excited to see how they do in this final game, because I don't want to play against them. They can play amongst themselves. I'll watch.
This is why we're the spectators. This is why we're here on the caster desk, because I don't want to have anything to do with being in the game to try and get points for these teams. I would be there's an extra 3rd column for me on the right side hidden away. We will have one more game though on a rank of threes women to earn, or these ladies to earn points, and they have an opportunity to climb. But can they do it? We'll be right back with you after a short break.